Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had rough harem with Hunteresss? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Falling into the unknown is terrifying, to say the least. Falling into the unknown while fatally wounded. Now that is death in itself. That is what Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a fox beastkin, is in right now. A beastkin is a humanoid with animal features. He is a fox beastkin. He is a spiky blonde-haired man with red tips on his hair. His face held a natural tan and 6 whisker-like birthmarks with 3 on each cheek. Normally, he has azure blue eyes, but minutes before, it easily showed crimson, slitted eyes, and it signified his ferociousness and anger, as well as seriousness in battle. He has rabbit-length fox ears like that of a fennec fox along with 9 furry foxtails adorning the same shade of red. His top is a black, short, sleeved hoodie with neon red lines at the seams of his hoodie. For the pants, he wore cargo pants with the same color scheme at his top while having several pockets held by belt straps. His red shoes have a chrome steel toe on each shoe. As for his weapon, he wore red gauntlets with a neon blue vein-like pattern running vertically along the arm of each gauntlet. Now you could ask yourself, why is he in this peculiar predicament? But if you've read the story before this, you'd understand. Okay, I'll explain. He stopped a gigantic blade from killing a friend. He considered his little sister even though he has a sister. Now, how big is the sword? Larger and longer and slimmer than a train car, that's for sure. While protecting said sister figure, he gets hit by it and is launched into the giant chasm known as the cauldron, like a baseball. Going further back, Naruto only wanted to stop the unity of 2 individuals who'd create a catastrophe if done right. Shame. He was having a decent night until he had to learn his friends had a death wish and that his girlfriend pranked the self-proclaimed prank king, Naruto himself. He wanted to do a revenge prank on her, but sadly couldn't. With his unconscious and bleeding condition, I doubt he's going back up anytime soon. So let's go back to the topic at hand. He falls down into the cauldron, where only one Murakumo unit, a humanoid weapon similar to the one he fought moments ago, was capable of going there and back without a scratch. Right now, his body fell at terminal velocity, the crimson life fluid trailing his descent like the smoke trail of a rocket heading to the deepest part of the cauldron. The sight would no doubt demotivate his friends, except one, Makoto Nanaya, his girlfriend. She's a beastkin like him. The difference is that she's a squirrel type. Her fighting style is the same to her boyfriend. He taught it to her. She has chestnut brown hair with vanilla white tips at her bangs. Her small squirrel ears and tail hold the same color, and in addition, the girl's bushy tail holds a chipmunk pattern and color scheme. She wore a provocative orange battle uniform that hid next to nothing as it hugged her body, showed the underside of her sizable breasts, and the sides of her panty going high up her curvaceous body. Her skirt is simply a piece of orange cloth that is cut at the sides to accommodate more articulation for footwork. Then going down, she wears a pair of black leggings that hugged her tantalizing thighs with a white cuff at the top and an orange strap with a golden button. Her boots were the same orange as the other parts of her uniform and had a golden or sun-yellow steel toe on each boot. With her Ars Magus crux on her, a pair of cross-shaped tonfas with a gold ring at the center of each weapon, she charged at the defeated and fallen armored girl who wore her sword as armor, a Murakumo unit by the name of Nu, the 13th Prime Field Device. Once again, shame that the fox is going through this. Only Naruto's friends would truly see what happens with the enemy. Noelle Vermillion, lieutenant of the Praetorian Guard in the NOL. She is a blonde officer that wears a blue beret with a metal piece stitched onto the bottom of the cap. Her top consists of a collar dress with a red tie with white at the center of the dress and blue at the sides separated by a black seams to outline the colors. It's black on the chest area as well to cover her lacking and pitiful bust. On her arms, she wore 2 blue detached sleeves that had black and gold at the ends of the sleeve. On top of the sleeves, metal arm bracers hug her biceps and on it is a long, red string with a diamond-shaped metal piece that seems to hold no purpose, but for aesthetics. She wore a pair of black leggings and blue steel-toed boots with a golden cross on the middle part of her boots. Her weapon is a pair of white, elongated pistols named Balverk, a Noxnictors, or a weapon made in the First Dark War to fend off the Black Beast. She was the one Naruto took the blow for with major consequences on his health. There were two more people to go. Ragna the Blood Edge is another friend of his. He is famous among the hierarchical cities as he is an SS-class criminal with a bounty enough to buy a small island. His infamy had granted him the moniker, the Grim Reaper, due to his weapon, affectionately and purposefully named Blood Scythe. His weapon is a white broadsword with only one edge and has an elongated black hilt with a red revolver with seemingly no purpose other than to be there. His spiky, silver hair contrasted with his red, high-collar jacket he is known to wear. On the jacket, two aesthetic, gold belt buckles hold black belts that wrap around the jacket and reach the back. Going lower, he wears a large belt on his waist and a pair of black hakama pants and red steel-toed shoes. Jin Kisaragi, ranked as a major in the NOL, Ragna's brother, is the final friend to see Naruto fall. Like Noel, his uniform is blue. However, unlike his subordinate, he wears a white kimono under the blue, high-collar jacket. And with the jacket, two sleeve-like cloths are strapped to it. Two button-like protrusions hold them together. Underneath the kimono, a black, skin-tight long-sleeved shirt covered his chest and white gloves cover his hands. He wears the same material for pants and blue steel-toed boots with a golden cross on it. His weapon is Noxnictors, Mukro Algesco Yukianisa, or Yukianisa for short. It is a katana with the ability to freeze anything, even the very air it touches. It would be minutes later when things would return to a sense of normalcy. Well, normal enough to not visibly mourn for Naruto. Makoto gave a hearty beatdown to her opponent, and she became a crumpled mess, the unit. Makoto vehemently refused to accept Naruto's death, and a rabbit agrees with her. Naruto is not dead. Otherwise, where would this story go? I digress. We must focus on the fallen fox. We shall focus on the others at a later time. At the end of the journey, or descent if want to be literal, Naruto lands on the cold ground. Fitting because currently, it's snowing, well, a snowstorm, or blizzard to be more exact. Now in his condition, a wounded Naruto will be a dead Naruto if he doesn't escape the harsh weather in this new, unforgiving land. When inspecting the wound, we can see a large gash slowly closing and slowly leaking more and more blood, gradually turning the white snow into scarlet. His chakra is acting on its own, trying to heal as best as it could without the aid of medical techniques. It would a long and excruciating process as his body slowly fails him. Meanwhile, a small child in a red, hooded cloak is trapped within the blizzards, as well with no means of finding a way out of the maze she allowed herself to be in. She only wanted to play in the forest, but her uncle wouldn't let her. Obviously, she didn't listen to him, and is now shivering from the brutal, cold winds of the blizzard as she searched for any form of shelter. She forgot to take into account that other creatures would be searching for shelter as well, and the ones she needs to look out for are deadly. Yang, she called out, trying to pierce through the veil of wailing winds. Yang, where are you? She tried again helplessly. Uncle Crow. Anybody? She tried desperately to call for her family, yet her attempts fail one after another. Her cloak fluttered wildly as the breeze picked up, making the girl stumble. The girl, Ruby, a short, black-haired girl with red tints, wore a black jacket and pants and boots. She ran in a random direction, her mind begging her that she was going the right direction. She ran until she saw something interesting. Something red. Lots of it, spread across the vanilla ground like strawberry mixed itself. She ran towards it, curious and worried. She failed to notice several shadows moving behind the trees. They waited, stalked, and scouted the girl and the other body. They were hungry after smelling the blood, but they'd wait to see what happens. Ruby got closer, and as she got closer, she got a clearer view of what she saw as red in the distance. It was nothing short of terrifying for the girl. She saw a bloody Faunus bleeding and freezing to death. His face and body are covered in a growing pile of snow. His face looked deathly pale, yet somehow holding whatever tan complexion he had from before. Ruby was told by her friends to stay away from the Faunus, but she couldn't just leave him to die. How'd he end up like this anyway? It didn't seem like a bite, but a large cut from a sword? She wondered. Her curiosity got the better of her and immediately snapped out of it and started to try to wake the Faunus up. "Wake up, Mr. Faunus," she said as she shook Naruto's body. "Come on, Mr. You really need to wake up." She shook his body even harder. "Mister, please wake up." The blood seemed to stop leaking, but the wound still remained as open tissue. With repeated attempts, she seemed to gain progress when she noticed him breathing. He was barely breathing before. But now it's different. The Faunus, or Beastkin if you didn't figure it out already, opened and blinked his eyes several times to try and focus on what he was seeing. At first he saw a black blob, and as time went on, the image focused. It was small compared to him. It took several more moments to focus until to see the silvery eyes of a young girl that seemed like 10 years old. He grunted and tried to get up. He failed. He groaned in pain. It was unbearable, yet somehow he's still alive. "Gah, that really hits a bad spot," he told himself. Turning to the young savior, he thanked her for waking him up. He would have said more had it not been for the shadow that popped into view behind the girl's unguarded back. Moving through instinct and adrenaline, Naruto parried the strike of a claw. Upon closer inspection, his opponent was a black, bipedal, wolf-like creature with white bony spines sticking out of the forearms and a white faceplate with red markings on it. "GUHW, what are you?" "I'm guessing you're not a friend," it snarled at the weakened blonde. "Okay, I'll take that as a no." The wolf creature swiped its other paw, trying to get a hit. It was parried like the many other futile attempts at trying to harm the fox. Annoyed by this standoff, Naruto coated his arm in a red aura and launched the wolf away with the charged attack dubbed Impact. That same red aura quickly dissipated after contact with the wolf. The force made the wolf stumble and unable to stand. To make up for the injury, others join in on the fun. "Damn, you guys don't let a guy take a break?" Naruto weakly says to the group of bipedal wolves. Looking at his injury, Naruto really doubted he could cut loose with that thing hindering his peak condition. With that in mind, why use your body when you have an appendage that is basically longer than an arm? Kai. From his back, 9 lines of fire erupt and form 9 blood-red katanas with a golden fang-shaped guard. The handles were wrapped in white leather, leaving red diamond-shaped openings, and the pommel was golden. The red blade has a standard shape, but closer to the guard, serrated edges form, a function meant to cut through a stalemate between blades or anything else. When it was summoned, they cleanly landed in the snow, not one sword a millimeter off in its stabbed position on the ground. "Sorry, fellas, but you are a threat to the young lady. Get down, kid." Ruby instantly dived into the snow, awaiting the end of the confrontation. At the same time, all 15 wolves jump and try to pounce on the blonde fox. The key word in the previous sentence is try. In the air, unless the creature is capable of flight, nothing is able to alter its own course in the air. That is true for the wolves, and with the fact blatantly stated for you readers, you know what it means, right? All 15 wolves are cleanly bisected. With each cut, there was no resistance, and it only served for the blonde to slash faster and wilder. To Ruby, the scene was a personal blizzard. The force of the swings, the speed, the cutting power, made for a rotating dome of snow, metal, and blood. Anything within the dome became shreds in an instant. Ruby was amazed and frightened at the same time. The gory event is something a 10-year-old girl should be scared of after all. When the fox was done, the butchered and shredded corpses of the wolves were sprawled across the snow. Their blood, too, stained the beautiful moon-tinted snow. The fox goes on one knee from the pain at his side. Quickly trying to heal it, Naruto tried to use the medical arts he learned during his senior year at the academy. Nothing happened. No seether coated his palm. Naruto tried using a Rasengan with seether. The same outcome happened. "What happened?" he said out loud. "Where's the seether?" Seether, the invisible gas that fueled Naruto's as well as others' attacks, were non-existent. Seether came from the Black Beast of the First Dark War. It released seether as an effect because it existed. When destroyed by the 6 heroes, the seether remained, and it forced many, if not all, to go to higher ground. This is how the hierarchical cities were created. And once again, I digress. Sorry about that. Now think back to when Naruto used impact. Naruto instinctively used chakra, the combination of spiritual and physical energies within the body, to fight against the wolf. Where did it go? He muttered to himself. Then he remembered. He was supposed to die. The cauldron is where he's supposed to die. Yet he's not dead or anywhere near a hierarchical city for sure. His train of thought shattered as his injury was brought back into focus. Thank goodness I still have chakra. His right hand glowed green, and it quickly rejuvenated and regenerated the cells that created his skin and muscles. 30 seconds later, the wound seemed erased, but it was still there. Right now, it is still soft tissue. It could still be harmed and will reopen the wound if one clean hit allows. Standing up, he went to the girl, who still cowered in fear. He poked her. "We can't stay here. We need to go." The cloaked girl slowly stood up, and with a clean view, Naruto saw how tall she was. She seemed almost a head shorter than him, yet her face clearly dictates that she's a 10-year-old. His mind shut down. He realized something. He de-aged. A slap to the face brought him back. "Sorry, you were out of it and I couldn't figure out how to get you back." Naruto heard her, but the growls in the distance were of more importance. He turned around and went on his knees. "On my back now." Ruby noticed the urgency in his words and did not question his order. She placed her legs by his waist, and her arms wrapped around his neck in a position that wouldn't choke the blonde. "Hold on tight." Ruby doubted they could outrun the wolves, but she's heard that a faunus is unique and takes on attributes from their animal counterpart. While a fox isn't the fastest, they are cunning. She was right. Her savior used tree trunks and blasted off from them to gain speed, and easily outran the wolves. While they were running, she noticed a strange, three-pronged knife firmly clutched in his hands. Is he planning to fight with that? I'll warn you right now. What I'm planning to do will make you nauseous. What does nauseous mean? Sick. Barf sick? You. Don't do it, please. I need to. Why? So we can get closer to town. You've got people that hunt those things, right? Why, yeah, but can't YOH. Ruby is in the air. Why is she in the air? Why is she still in the air? Get me down, she ordered. Wow, not a sign of nauseousness at all. That's a first. Naruto said to the girl on his back as he searched for lights through the wall of snow and wind. With some difficulty, he saw it. The lights of a large city, not Kagutsuchi large, but large nonetheless. Seeing his target, Naruto plopped the kunai in his hand into the ground and teleported his way to it. Say, girl, do you want to just run away like this? What did you do? The kunai, this knife dash, he pointed to his weapon, allows me to teleport. He explained simply. Wow, that's so cool. Let's do that instead of running. It's better for you to than running, right? He nodded. Then let's do it. I don't feel sick at all. Okay. He let her stand normally. What's the name of my cute passenger boarding the Thunder God train? Ruby blushed up a storm, and Naruto, having a girlfriend, now noticed the small actions a girl does, and he mentally slapped himself. Full, Ino, Temari, Tao, Timmy, Hinata, Karui, and now this little girl. What did he do to deserve an admiring harem when he's clearly devoted to one person? I am sorry, could you repeat that? I may have sensitive ears, but even that doesn't help me decipher mumbles. Ruby. My name is Ruby Rose. She said clearer. Naruto smiled. A lovely name for a lovely girl. He placed a hand on her shoulder and threw the knife in the direction of the town and disappeared into a fireball. And you, Mr. Faunus? Faunus. That's what you are, a person with an animal trait. Oh, a beastkin. Thanks. What for? For not calling me a freak, thing, or things like that. I have emotions, wants, wishes. I'm a person. While I'm not a human, I am confident enough to say that I'm a person. My full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Call me Naruto. Nice to meet you, Ruby. Ditto, Naruto. After minutes of teleporting, Ruby spoke and broke their silence. I hope Uncle Crow finds us. She said sadly. I only wanted to play in the snow. I didn't mean to get lost. Think of it this way. If you hadn't disobeyed your uncle, I'd be dead right now. Naruto said with a laugh at the end. Don't feel bad. It's normal for a 10-year-old to rebel a bit, but he'll get angry at me. So, take it. You need to learn how to be responsible for your actions. What side are you on? The side that makes you more compassionate. Naruto answered calmly. Now let's go find your family. Ruby was confused, yet thankful for Naruto's words. She was glad that she found a nice faunus. She didn't believe that crummy, white-haired girl's word about all faunus being evil, and it paid off in saving his life. Say, what happened to the wound? Ru, Bess, Rub, hear that? Ruby nodded. Those were the voices of Yang Xiaolong and Crow. Naruto stopped teleporting. They could run the distance. He doubted the wolves could reach them in time. A memory crept up on him, catching him off guard. The memories of his clone reached his head. Fire killed it. That clone was 5 minutes away from this position. Never mind. Uncle Crow. Yang. I'm back. Ruby. The girl received bone-crushing hugs from her uncle and sister. We thought we lost you. The scene was heartwarming, that's true, but they, along with a group of armed men and women, failed to register Naruto's presence. Ow. Yang Pui's staff. Ruby choked on her words. But I'm so glad I got my baby sister back. Thanks, Mr. Faunus. Yang, the blonde girl said. The girl wore heavy, yellow winter clothes with fur at the edges. Crow, the uncle, looked like Rachel's butler, Valkenhayn, but younger, much younger than his beastkin counterpart. Immediately, the huntsmen and huntresses readied their weapons and aimed it at Naruto. Hey, put the guns, swords, mace, whip, and rocket launcher down. Shouldn't you be thanking me that I brought Ruby back? He asked calmly. He received no response until Ruby's elder sister hugged him. Thanks a lot, Fox Guy. I didn't know what I'd without my baby sis. It's fine, Young, right? Yup. Crow went closer to the blonde fox. He stared him down, trying to intimidate Naruto. The fox rolled his eyes at the attempted intimidation. He had worse experiences with his mother. So, sir, can you tell me about those wolves? Wolves? You mean the Bio wolves, one of the most gruesome and tactical grim? The ones that can easily catch up to any prey? You mean the same ones that I outran with a less than 5-minute gap? Naruto countered. Crow was taken aback. A mere 12-year-old outran Bio wolves, not even huntsmen or huntresses with the semblance of speed could outrun them if there was a long chase. They don't seem like much. Just as he said that, a transmission came and reached the radio on one of the huntsmen. Guys, I found a really large pack heading for your position. It's led by a Garm 2. I see no alpha in sight. Roy, what are you doing gawking at them then? Get out of there, cried out one of the huntresses, the distress in her voice easily heard. Way ahead of you. A stick snapped under his step. The growls became louder and closer. You're not getting anything from me. The transmission became erratic. The sounds of gunshots, growls, and grunts filled the radio chatter. The sounds of bone, flesh, and crunches were transmitted. A morbid sound none had wanted to hear. Roy. The huntsmen and huntresses cry out. It was hopeless. The man, Roy Alblu, is dead. 2 huntsmen curse their luck. A Garm is leading an unnaturally large pack of Bio wolves that has no alpha. A strange phenomena indeed. A Garm is a very mobile and agile Grim despite its hulking size and frame. Its bulky front legs are covered in the same white, bony structure and shaped into the form of a gauntlet. The feature of this Grim is that it's able to produce and expel flames. This wolf-like creature has an elemental ability many high-level Grim have, and all abilities have no known origin to point out how this or any irregular Grim have it. Now I shall give a small class on ranking. There are 2 classes, one regular, the other irregular. Regular class Grim are rank D to C rank Grim. They are based on their seemingly instinctive drive to eat and the lack of an elemental ability. Irregulars are ranked B to S. They have elemental abilities only beings with aura should have, hence the name Irregulars. While they have no soul, they have unique quirks compared to the mindless Grim in the regular class. Although there are exceptions to the mindless part, the Bio wolves hunt in packs, a surefire sign that they have tactical abilities. Anyways, Irregulars have a distinct dislike or personality that distinguishes it from other Grim. The Garm's quirk is that it never loses its prey, and it doesn't discriminate against anything destruction-wise. Now let's return to the story. Naruto frowned on the huntsman's death. He would have gladly fought that pack if it meant nobody died, but his previous condition prevented him from fighting in his peak form. Now, he still isn't in top condition, but can easily wipe that pack off that face of the planet. What's stopping him? He ran to where he came from and ignited his palms with crimson and golden flames dancing along his arm. No one was able to react fast enough to stop Naruto's charge, and instead ran after him to try and save his life. When a pillar of fire erupted within the forest interior, everyone knew that the Hunteresss meant business. Naruto's right hand held a fireball large enough to burn the trees around him, as well as wolves scouting for his scent. He plowed through the trees and left a moist path to follow, where soft, thick snow used to be. As he brute forced his way around, he searched for his target. It should be large, seeing as animals had an alpha to lead them and were usually was large. Then he saw it, the massive wolf with white alabaster, bony gauntlets covering its forelegs to contrast the thick, scarred black skin of the humongous creature. Now positioning his right arm, Naruto moved it in front of his face, planning to thrust the attack into its face. The Garm did the same, but opened the bone to show golden flames wrapping itself around its arm. The two appendages clash with a semicircle wall of orange flames and golden embers fluttering about in the wind. The clash shook the snow around them and melted it almost instantly, leaving the dude grass to dry up to the heated air. "Man, you are one big doggy, Arincha," Naruto slyly commented. It growled as if it understood the fox, and it strengthened the force of its arm. Naruto did the same, treating this stalemate as a strange arm wrestling match. The huntsman and huntresses, along with Crow and his nieces, arrived to see the spectacle of a 12-year-old looking like he's 14 at a stalemate against the brute force of the Garm. How? One huntress managed to croak out in disbelief. How is that kid that strong to be at a stalemate with that behemoth? No one has that kind of monstrous strength to do that. Yet here we are seeing the spectacle in a 12-year-old Hunteresss, who seems like can use his aura properly by shaping it into a specific attack, a feat not many have done. Crow said to the huntress. She closed her mouth, not wanting to incite wrath from the scythe-wielding professor. To Naruto, he waited long enough and broke the deadlock by shifting the attack to his right, fully evading the arm, and exposed the Garm's side. Naruto grinned at the large opening and brought his left fist into a powerful left hook that made the Garm be launched away about 30 meters away from his position. The audience gawped at the sight once more. The Hunteresss has incredible strength to push back a heavyweight Grim like that. The beast shook off the pain and growled at the Hunteresss before roaring in rage. Naruto took it as a challenge as he said, "Up for more? Come at me, bro, and get your beatdown of the century." The two fiery fighters ran towards each other, intent of pummeling the other into the ground. The Garm struck first, aiming a flaming paw at his tiny but powerful prey. Naruto halted his charge just enough that the paw would marginally miss him, but the shockwave would hit him. To prevent that, he spun clockwise and punched the paw just perfectly so that the paw destabilized the Garm and made it tumble into the ground. And the doggy is down. Naruto cheered to no one while he brought his arm up into an uppercut and forced the Grim up from its casual meet with the dirt. He launched his tri-pronged kunai to its left cheek and teleported right there, and gave a bone-crushing chakra-infused punch that produced a shockwave. He did the same thing to the right before holstering his kunai now that he has tagged his opponent. He cycled through the motions, making the Garm go back and forth from the punches. The Garm had enough. When Naruto teleported to its right, it moved with the attack, lessening the force and added to its momentum when it spun counterclockwise to give a human-sized paw to Naruto's face and body and sending him into several trees. Wag. The enraged Garm roared at its fall and knew it wasn't done, and jumped up at a height a beast of its size and frame to not be able to do. It launched itself high enough and brought both its flaming paws down to its prey to crush and burn it. Meanwhile, Naruto returned his bearing to the right place before feeling the warm air on top of him. Without hesitation, he teleported only at the last minute, giving an effective shock to his raging beast of an opponent. He teleported to its right cheek, and the Garm eyed him with its pure red eyes. Naruto did the same. His normal blue but slitted eyes turned crimson and gave a toothy grin as he punched Garm away. The hulking beast rolled on the ground, unable to meet stable ground. When it did, Naruto shot a kunai at its unshielded head and smacked it down into the ground and made a colossal crater. Sucks to be you, doggy. The faunus gave a forceful right hook and leaned on his left knee and sprung off it to return with a devastating left hook and did the same thing to his right knee and repeated the cycle, performing a Dempsey roll of the Grim. To end the combo, the blonde did a clockwise overhead punch, knocking the Garm's face further into the ground. How's that? The Garm answered by removing its face from the dirt and met its face with Naruto's, who headbutted the Grim into a stare down. So that's your answer? Pretty ballsy for a monster like you. It was there that Naruto noticed how much the de-aging has done. Naruto's personality has degraded somewhat to his cocky self when he was 12, but the rest of his personality as a mature man retained. In simple terms, Naruto is cockier than before. The next action shocks the audience. Naruto's swords appeared and swung wildly behind him. The scenery and the Beowulfs behind him were decimated. Nay, doggy, you got any new tricks? The two break contact when the growl of the Garm intensified into a roar. The heat around the wolf increased and materialized into flames. A dome of intense flames erupts around the Grim and envelopes the fox. When the dome of fire disappeared, so too did the fox. Confused, the Grim searched for its prey. A fireball appeared right at its underbelly. It was Naruto with a flaming sphere with smaller orbs orbiting the sphere like planets. Burn! Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs as he thrusts the orb into the giant wolf's belly. It grinded and burned the Grim's skin and fur like sandpaper, and the final effect of the attack sent the Grim flying away in an ignited vortex of fire. I'm not done yet. He teleported again to the Garm's belly and grabbed it, flipping the colossal wolf over himself and slamming it into the ground. The Garm rolled around, trying to get up. What does it take to end your life, doggy? Naruto yelled at the Grim. The Garm roared, the fire in its arms springing forth like a spear and aimed for Naruto. The fox blocks it, but it exploded on contact, stunning him. The Garm swung a paw, effectively cracking bones on the left side of Naruto's body. The impact sent Naruto rolling on the ground and made Naruto hit several trees on his newly recovered side. However, now it seems that wound has opened once more. Gah! Naruto gasped in pain. Damn it all. I'm still not in perfect condition. He tried standing up, but a paw crushed his body into the dirt. Ayo! The scream of pain echoed to the audience. Crow was ready to fight. The boy had done enough, and most likely, the boy was dead. Damn dog! A pillar emerged from the paw, crushing the blonde. I'm done playing. How about you? The Garm roared in approval, igniting the rest of its body, giving the impression of a hellhound. Come on. The two charged at each other, slamming fist to paw with such force that the trees shook at their roots and the snow beneath them blew away and melted when the two sources of heat clashed. The Garm swiped its right paw, sending a stream of fire to its prey. Then something strange happened. The fire seemed to wrap itself around the fox's weapons. I'm not gonna let you do anything to hurt innocent people. The fox exploded a burst of chakra, and willing his body and weapon to get stronger. Lucky fox, you passed my trial. All right, partner. Let's beat this stubborn dog. Ceiling glyph 1 through 13 activated. Limiter breakdown commence. Breakdown rate, 200%. Astral engine activate now. Limiter code, Armageddon. Naruto muttered the words, unsure of their origin. The Garm tried attacking, but a barrier prevented harm to come to its caster. It took 2 minutes when Naruto said, Glyph 1 through 13 destroyed. Moving to the final seal. Death seal. Reconfigured. Status. Revertible. All seals destroyed. Come forth Nox Nictors. Astral. Armageddon. With that the barrier shattered, and with it, a modified weapon attached itself to its wielder. The new form extended to the base of Naruto's arms. It now had a pauldron with a crest that looked like a crown. It linked to the gauntlet form, covering the biceps and triceps of the fox using leather. The gauntlet's vein design extended to this new part, arching across towards the crested pauldron. The hand now contained a rectangular knuckle attachment and what seemed to be a trigger at the handle. But there was a final addition to the knocks. On the pauldron, there is a circle extrusion. In that circle, lines curved, stretched, expanded to form the line art of a face of a fox in glowing neon blue. Naruto snapped out of his wonderings when he realized this was the forbidden form of the Crimson Breaker, his weapon's base form. This was the form that resulted in the death of his older brother, and now he's using it. So, Arma, huh? Nice to meet ya, partner. The weapons glowed blue intensely for a second. I agree. We ought to beat this dog out of existence. He flashed a murderous grin at the Garm and slammed his fists together, an action that signals, I'm ready. Moments after, the Garm pounced on its prey, who jumped towards it and headbutted it. Releasing a burst of chakra, Naruto launched himself away from the Garm like a rocket. Doing the same thing but altering it slightly, he turned his bursts into projectiles, and while not as powerful as his comet cannon or flare cannon, this would deal enough damage to stun it. Teleporting again, Naruto slammed his powerful strikes at the Garm in an onslaught of power and destruction. Now on top of the downed Garm, Naruto grabbed the beast and chucked it upwards with greater strength and force than before. With that success, Naruto jumped and did several backflips in one sitting. As soon as he initiated his final backflip, he teleported to the Garm's belly, grabbed its fur, and released a burst of chakra like afterburners on a fighter jet, increasing the rotation speed Naruto created by doing backflips. Up you go. The timing was perfect and the throw made it, so that the Garm headed into the sky at a perfect 90-degree angle. And now for the finale. In his right hand, the same sphere emerged, only larger, blue, and instead of having 3 orbs orbiting, it had 5 red spheres with their own tiny, blue orbs orbiting their respective sphere. It looked like a galaxy was materializing out of his hand. What's surprising to the group watching was that not only did Naruto know how to use pure aura as a weapon, but to manipulate it into a shape. Now this galaxy-looking attack spun wildly, screeching like a train coming to a stop. Naruto threw the buzzsaw-looking attack towards the Grim. On contact, it grinded on the skin and fur and burned it again. When the first layer, the rings of planets and its moons, disappeared, the center of the galaxy-like attack did the same thing on a much larger scale before exploding into a sphere of crimson, gold, scarlet, and orange fire that reached the treetops. The heat from the attack melted all the snow around the area, leaving the wet grass and muddy ground exposed to the cold weather that turned hot. Thanks a lot, Arma. Couldn't have done it without ya, he said to himself as he fell backwards due to exhaustion and the reopened wound. My pleasure, partner. You Uzumakis always have the tenacity and an unyielding will, you know that? The Namikaze grinned. It's Namikaze, but yeah, the never-giving-up attitude is hereditary. Looks like your paparazzi is coming to get you, partner. I'll take a nap later. Yeah, later. Yang and Ruby were the first to arrive, eager to tell the faunus about the sight. That was awesome, Yang told the blonde enthusiastically. Ruby nodded with a smile plastered on her face. Quite the feat, young man. Not only were you able to manifest pure aura and used it offensively in such a professional level, but you also manipulated its shape, a rare case in history. Crow complimented the faunus. What's your name? Shouldn't you be introducing yourself first, farmer? Naruto joked. This farmer's name is Crow, and I'm a professor and an expert in scythe wielding. Naruto frowned. Geez, I was only joking. Learn to lighten up, old man Crow, said Manside. Are you that laid back and disrespectful to your elders? Are you that old? Naruto answered back with a smile. Crow scowled, and Naruto cringed slightly. He had worse experiences with his mom. Anyways, nice to meet you, Crow. Name's Naruto Namikaze, and if you don't mind, I'll take a nap. I'm exhausted. The blonde told the truth. Almost immediately, the snores emerged from the faunus. This kid, I hate to say it, but he's skilled and refined to the point that he can be a full-fledged hunter now. It's as if he's fought like an experienced man. One of the huntsmen says reluctantly. Indeed, this child is most interesting. I suggest you enroll him, Professor. He'd do well in Signal and in Beacon. A huntress said, supporting the hunter's opinion. Naruto Namikaze. In the Eastern Kingdom, that translates as maelstrom wavy wind. How true. The wind blows strongly for the boy. It was at that same time, for portals appear in separate locations. One is Jin Kisaragi's, who now sported a sleeveless, blue high-collar shirt with golden trims and seams and a white, vertical cloth. He also wore the same black hakama pants his brother wears, but his footwear remained the same. We landed in an unfamiliar place. The eye-catcher was the alabaster-white castle-like mansion with the emblem of a snowflake, an emblem he doesn't recognize from any of the duodecim families. He woke up at the forest edge, almost hidden away from passerbys. Almost. A white-haired girl who shaped her hair into an asymmetrical ponytail spotted him. She wore a silver blouse with red inside it and a wool coat over it. She screamed. That did not go well, if the oncoming horde of armored guards were anything. "Who goes there?" asked one of the guards. Jean weakly stood up, wondering where the other. But this was another matter that took more importance. "I am, sir. I'm lost. Can you tell me where I am?" Jean asked politely. However, the guards thought differently. He was slammed into the snowy ground. "A faunus? How'd you get in here?" yelled the head guard. "I told you I'm L-. Don't spew that rubbish around here, faunus." "Faunus? Animal? Am I a beastkin?" "Now, just what is going on here?" asked the commanding voice of a woman. The woman was the lady of the house, Lady Blanche Schnee. She looks like the older version of the girl of yonder, her mother perhaps? "Guards, tell what happened." "We came across this faunus scum when Miss Schnee screamed," answered one of the guards hastily. Another released the blonde faunus out of fear of inciting the wrath of the lady of the house. She turned to Jean. "And who are you, young man?" "Jean Kisaragi, Miss Blanche Schnee. Now what brings you my family's home?" "I don't know, Lady Schnee. I woke up here." "At least you know who you are." The way the boy answered seemed like he had amnesia. Thank goodness that wasn't the case. "If you don't know where you are, do you at least know what you're doing before you came here?" I'm searching for a friend," Jean answered. "A friend? His name is Naruto Namikaze. He's a spiky blonde fox faunus with 9 red tails and a pair of red rabbit-length ears. He wears predominantly red of black clothing in the form of short-sleeved jacket, black pants, steel-toed shoes. His facial features are 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek, and has blue slitted eyes. Personality-wise, he's laid back, but serious in a fight, and has a smile that makes it seem like he won the lottery. You know how to profile your friends," Lady Schnee commented. "Impressive." She stood still, thinking about what to do. Then an idea popped in her head. "How about you become a bodyguard for my daughter?" What? "Looking at your frame, you're a swordsman, aren't you?" Jean nodded and summoned Yuki Anissa. "Become my daughter's bodyguard, and I'll assist your search of your friend." "It'd be an honor, milady." In another area, Ragna landed at a forest edge as well. "Oh man, that hurt. My head ringing all types of bells I don't want to hear." He groans in pain as he sat up. His outfit changed to his training outfit in the past. He'd say more, but a red katana's edge was pressed on his throat. "Now who are you?" The figure behind him questioned him. "Dog. The hell you talking about?" "I ain't a dog," Ragna said defiantly. Then he felt a tug on his hair. But the thing was, it wasn't hair. "This thing doesn't help your argument, dog," the figure said. "Now who are you?" He pressed the blade closer and deeper on Ragna's throat. "I ain't telling you jack," he said as he yanked the blade off him. He turned around and, "Oh ho, I've got nothing more to say now, cow," Ragna said with a grin on his face. The figure behind him was a red-haired teen with a bronze half-mask with intricate flame designs on it. He wore a black jacket and a red shirt underneath, and he wore black pants and shoes. His weapon's sheath is a— "Why the hell is your gun a sheath?" Ragna yelled. "My fighting style," the red-haired answered simply. Then he pointed his sword to Ragna. "Now, name, dog?" "Oh, I'm on for a fight, cow." He pulled out blood scythe and trained it on his opponent. The two took stances, readying a fight. That was going to happen, but a 2x4 hit the red-haired teen on the head. The same happened to Ragna. Ow! What the hell? He looked for his aggressor. A pretty, black-haired girl with cat ears held the 2x4. No fighting, you two. Now make up, ordered the girl. You first, Adam. Blake can dash. Now, Adam. The girl named Blake ordered harshly again. Adam sighed and sheathed his blade. He composed himself before the newcomer. Sorry, Ragna Kisaragi. Sorry about that too, Adam Taurus. And you? He asked Blake. Blake Belladonna. She said, Welcome to the White Fang headquarters. White Fang. And in another area, an alleyway is more appropriate. Noelle's clothes remain unchanged, however. She now sports a pair of golden cat ears and a tail. She is knocked unconscious, but a pair of rabbit faunus finds her. Oh dear, what happened to this young lady? I don't know, Mom. I just found her like this. Let's bring her to our house and let her rest properly. The last area was a backyard. There was a mansion, Eastern in origin. It was grand. Its green roof blended with the clear, night sky. The red pillars were sturdy and thick to support the mansion, and on it was an emblem of a pink lotus. Its walls were paper-woven. All in all, it seemed like the homes of that of the Akaragan people. Here, Makoto wondered where she was as well as where her boyfriend went. It was then and there when something orange came into view. Hiya. A girl greeted with a beaming smile. Who are you and where are you from? The girl asked. Before Makoto could answer, the girl asked, Are you a squirrel? Can I touch it? Is it fluffy? Do you eat acorns? She bombarded the squirrel with questions faster than she could answer them. Makoto was getting irritated. This girl is just as talkative as that blabbering flirt. Only that guy was more annoying than this one. The girl wore a silvery gray shirt and a pink skirt and pink sneakers. Nora, a boy cried out. How many times do I have to tell you to not launch a barrage of questions at strangers? I lost count after 3775. The girl, Nora, answered sheepishly. The boy sighed. When he came into view, Makoto saw a black-haired boy with a magenta strand on the left side of his hair. He wore a green kimono with the same lotus emblem etched on the columns of the mansion. He also wore white pants and black flat-foot shoes. Hello, my name's Lyren. This here is Nora Valkyrie. Hiya. What brings you to my home's backyard? Asked the boy. I don't know how I got here. Makoto answered groggily. I remember jumping down a chasm and that's it. Do you at least know who you are? Makoto scoffed at the question. Of course I do. My name's Makoto Nanaya, and I'm looking for my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Ooh, what does he look like? Is he a faunus like you? What type of faunus is he? How old is he? Can other faunus breed with a different type of faunus? Nora. Sorry, Run. How about we talk this over with my family? Ren suggested. Okay. Makoto agreed heartily. Lead the way, Ren. And so a new journey begins and unfolds for our heroes. These 5 individuals separated at the starting line will go through their own path. However, their paths would lead them to one road. A road that points to a beacon of light and a tower of darkness. Well, guys, what do you think of this crossover? Follow and favorite if you desire. Review 2. It'd help. Next time, Branching Path, Jean. After that, Branching Path, Makoto, the Noelle, and then Ragna. Clarify to readers. Naruto taught the others how to use chakra. It's not stated officially in my other FIC, but I have said that the others have been taught. Hope this won't affect your opinion of my story. Azure out. Jean, and back with another chapter. Man, you people are hard to impress. Hope you enjoy this one. Disclaimer. First chapter. Chapter 2. Branching Path. Jean. Damn those white fang. Said an angry Jean Kisaragi. He frantically searched high and low for them, intent on destroying those who took away his ongoing objective, otherwise known as Weiss Schnee, heiress to the Schnee Dust Company. He just had to go to the men's room, but when he got back, Weiss wasn't there. Her scream was the only thing that indicated where she was. It's been 3 years since his employment, and both icy individuals had a bumpy relationship. Initially, Weiss vehemently refused Jean to be her bodyguard, opting for a regular guard to take Jin's place. She could care less about his faunus friend. Jean, however, didn't take no for an answer and stubbornly stayed, a byproduct of having Naruto as a friend. In his exact words, he said, "Look, Miss Schnee, I don't like the idea of being your bodyguard as much as you do," he said admittedly. "But this is my way of finding my friend, and my way of thanks to your mother." His voice neither wavered nor raised in anger. It remained at the same tone. "And I know you dislike the faunus, but keep an open mind that not every faunus is evil." Weiss argued against his words, telling all about what the White Fang, a faunus extremist group, had done recently and in the past generations before and after the previous head, the peaceful leader, had entered and stepped down from leadership. It had become violent organization. "I see why you'd be mad at that, and I disagree with their actions. However, this is the culmination of mistreatment, mistrust, and ongoing hate that caused this new radical approach to happen, Miss Weiss." "Don't you think I know that?" Weiss yelled. "I have read about the history of the faunus, and I've met many faunus in my admittedly short life, but all of them wanted to hurt me, my friends, and my family." The heiress's anger could not be tranquilized. Her disdain towards the faunus was obvious to Jean. "Be as it may, Miss Schnee, trust me when I say that I wish no harm to fall on you. I truly care for your well-being, even if we literally met a week ago," Jean answered with a steel resolve. He knelt to his employer's daughter like a knight to his king, and said, "I promise you, nothing will happen to you or your family under my care. That is a promise of a lifetime." On that day, one that Weiss would definitely refuse to admit, she blushed at the chivalrous act of her bodyguard. He had great progress with the girl as well as the guards at the home. Even Bronco Schnee, Weiss's father, was warming up to him. But sadly, tragedy struck. Blanche Schnee fell ill, and the White Fang took that moment of vulnerability within the company head lead to the White Fang striking multiple quarries, factories, and killed Blanche Schnee in the same night. Weiss was inconsolable for 5 months, drowning in sorrow and training to prevent such tragedy to befall upon her family. Bronco became violent, but controlled, opting for harsher work at the gamble of better pay. The faunus would flock at the opportunity, and a percentage would perish under the conditions. Bronco knew what he did was wrong, but his blind rage acted, and he wished death to all faunus. When he met the eyes of Jean Kisaragi exactly a year after Blanche's death, he saw pity. The man never visibly grieved for his wife the days after her death, but when he saw the boy, a boy that he had so much respect for staring judgingly at his questionable actions, Bronco Schnee broke the dam that withheld his tears. He apologized to the boy and allowed his information sector to search for Naruto. The deal made by the lady of the house that was suspended after her death was now resumed. After that confrontation, the shady offer Bronco offered to the faunus vanished, and he paid respect to the dead and gave a considerable amount of his savings and split it among his victims' families. While initially the families were outraged they got a late response, they understood what the company head was experiencing. The White Fang had destroyed and annihilated any form of peaceful coexistence. Jean stood next to the man as he apologized to every single family affected by his actions, and with every meet, he saw the man breaking when he saw many families broken like his. The blonde faunus clenched his hand tightly and contained all his anger. The White Fang would pay. He didn't care that he understood their motives before. This became personal when the White Fang took away a mother from his second best friend and first crush. The White Fang would pay. And now back to the present. Jean altered his outfit a bit. He now looked like a ronin or samurai with his black hakama and white and blue kimono. He added his detached sleeves that looked like blue strips of a cape from his previous occupation. Jean failed to follow on that promise to Weiss twice now and hated himself for it. But there was no use moping around. He had a bunch of radicals to catch. Just then he heard the screeching of burning rubber. A getaway vehicle appears in the distance just behind the trees. Just Jin's luck that they had one prepped, meaning they knew that Weiss would be vulnerable. Jin said, "I told you so," in his head when Weiss deliberately left Mertenaster home because she thought she was safe. Jumping up, he commanded Yuki Anissa to make a crystal sword wide enough to ride on. This was an attack he called Crystal Strike, but many have fondly nicknamed it as Ice Car, much to the creator's dismay. He rode his ice car towards the sound and hoped that they weren't that far. As he burst forth from the trees that outlined the park, He turned to his left and watched the retreating form of a SUV. Jean flared his chakra and channeled it behind his icy vehicle, and it worked and added more speed to his approach. The runaway vehicle served at corners perfectly, not losing speed at the turns. It kept doing this to throw off the pursuer, who still chased them after 20 minutes of chasing. The group of faunists inside the car were impressed that a faunist brother had this much motivation. A misplaced motivation, but motivation nonetheless. Then suddenly, a dog faunist picked up his phone. "Hey, Plan B. We're going to your position. Get ready." He hung up and told the driver to step on it and head to the area they needed to go. But first, get a clear window of opportunity. The driver swerved his car at corners multiple times when they finally had a 10-second gap for the faunist pursuer to catch up. "We'll be there in 7 seconds. And as the faunist said that, they turned left. Jean saw that and boosted after them. At the turn, a second identical car was running too, slower than the getaway vehicle, but enough to fool the faunist pursuer to follow the fake. At the intersection, the true vehicle turned left. The fake kept moving forward. A grave mistake when the car became encased in ice. Jean approached the car and searched the trunk for Weiss. He didn't find her there or anywhere in the car. Furious, Jean opened the driver door and yanked the driver to the ground and froze the opening. In his anger, Jean grabbed the faunist by the collar of his shirt and yelled, "Where is she? Where's the Hunteresss?" It was then he heard the screech of tires once more, and the chase was on once more. He dropped the faunist and froze his legs to the ground and chased after the sound. Channeling chakra to his feet, Jean jumped unnaturally high to reach the rooftops. From there, he rode on his icy vehicle once more and restarted the chase just above the runaway SUV. "That guy's is still chasing us. What does it take to get rid of the guy?" asked a panicked ferret faunist. The driver pushed his foot down on the pedal, not bothering to stop for any pedestrian. They had a mission. Innocent blood will be paid with innocent blood. Just up above and behind the SUV, Jean knocks an arrow of ice. An arrow it may be, but its size is that of a spear. Jean aimed his arrow just in front of the SUV, a perfect hit to immediately halt the car's retreat. He was ready to release the arrow, but a wave of fire brought him out of his concentration. This fire burned the tires off the car and it's grinded on the road. Unable to stop and headed for a pedestrian, the creator of the attack. Jean focused on the pedestrian, who stopped the car by slamming his right fist through the engine and to the ground. There was no explosion. All traces of fire that could spark an explosion coiled around the pedestrian's arms, and upon closer inspection, Jean noticed the most prominent feature of the individual. 9. Red foxtails. In Naruto's perspective, he was heading to a restaurant to give and cook the newly acquired ingredients. But then this overspeeding SUV decides to not stop and was frantic. A sign that there was a crime going on. So being the good Samaritan he is, he's going to stop that car in an instant. Sweeping his left arm, Naruto sent the wave of fire Jean would see. The rubber tires burn off and headed towards Naruto. To stop it, he tore through the engine by punching. There was no forward momentum. Naruto stopped that. He pulled his arm out and moves it around, checking to see if there were any kinks in his muscles of shoulder joint. Thankfully, there were no problems to arise from this, and he could go on his merry way. The blonde turned right, but stopped at the call of his attention. "Hey, pure blood. What gives? You just break someone's car like it was nothing on a regular basis or something." It was the faunist driver that said that. He's a goat faunist. The other, from the passenger side, exited the car as well. She's a cheetah faunist. She motioned other passengers to come out, and it was a dog faunist and a ferret faunist that left the car with a girl in white on the dog faunist's shoulder. He ran towards the plaza, determined to leave this spot. Naruto scowled at the sight. He suspected it was a crime, but kidnapping, a high-priority kidnapping in broad daylight? Either they knew that the Hunteresss would be vulnerable, or they were confident they could pull this off. "You know, I've got nothing to say to you, White Fang." Naruto pulled out 2 of his katanas, now named Bloody Fangs, and pointed it at both radicals. "I want equality between us two, but I will not have it through the blood of innocence. You don't know what you're getting into, pure blood." The cheetah warned as she and her partner took battle stances. Naruto gritted his teeth, angry that these guys were underestimating him. Naruto cloned himself and chased after the runner. The clone was the one fighting the two Hunteresss now. Damn it, pure blood. The cheetah attacked, swiping her claw weapon at the fox Hunteresss. He parried and slashed the woman at her midsection. The blade bounced off. The cheetah knows how to manifest her aura. In this moment of realization, the goat Hunteresss tried to headbutt him. He failed because his target dodged and sent himself crashing into his teammate. Naruto would have attacked the fallen duo, but an ice arrow contained them. Long time. No see, Naruto, Jin said as he descended to the ground. Naruto smiled, but immediately turned serious. Aren't you supposed to be saving the Schnee? Asked Naruto as he pointed at the snowflake emblem of the Schnee. Jin rode his ice car again and headed for the plaza. The clone dispersed into a poof of smoke. The original Naruto kept close chase with the runner. Naruto thought he must be local, seeing as he knew where the alleyways of Vale that was infamous because they could confuse a person. He eliminated the ferret from the chase by knocking him unconscious and embedded into the ground. He lost sight of the Schnee. Thankfully, the Schnee heiress was screaming all the while, helping the hero save her distressed damsel self. The chase in the alley maze seemed to go on forever until he made a mistake. The Hunteresss went to an alleyway ended at the pier. He couldn't get away now. Hey, stop right where you are, commanded the blonde. He knows the act won't work, but hey, he wants to try out the cliché line in cop shows. Surprisingly, the Hunteresss stopped and turned around, put the Schnee on the ground standing and in a neck hold. The Hunteress's gun trained on the girl's head. What the hell is wrong with you, pureblood? The Hunteress asked furiously. Don't you see what I'm trying to do will help us achieve equality? Naruto bared his fangs. You idiots, the lot of you members of the White Fang. Naruto yelled at the Hunteress. I want equality too, but I don't kill people for it. Sure, I dislike the humans that say, oh, he has an animal part, he's a freak. But I don't murder people because they said that. I know this bad blood goes deeper, and I'm sure that because of that, this foolish, radical, and violent movement you have going on will only cause a rebellion from both our Hunteresss brothers and sisters as well as humans. I want equality not under the conditions of fear, war, or massacre. Weiss Schnee took in every word her savior said. Jane told her there were fauna that wanted a peaceful transition, but she thought she'd never see the day. What you're doing will only lead to the extinction of the Hunteresss. But don't you see, pureblood, this is why we need to equalize through force, because with force, we can keep repressing them, preventing rebellion. We already have success with this new policy compared to our weak, peaceful version. The Hunteresss vainly tried to persuade his Hunteresss brother in joining the cause, and he knew it when he saw the clenched hand get clenched tighter. You goddamned idiot. That ain't equality, that's oppression. What you're spouting ain't any better than what the humans have treated us. So? The shoe is on the other foot. It's payback F-. Shut the hell up, dog. I've had enough of your preaching of death, Naruto said angrily as he took his fighting stance. Indeed, that's enough, White Fang, Jin said as he stepped in. He dropped from the roof with ice constructs of a wolf and an eagle. You too, pureblood Schnee lapdog? The Hunteresss wasn't threatened. He had the person of interest at gunpoint. They had nothing they could do that would come to harm the girl. He smirked. Ooh, I'm so scared, guys. But which of us has the advantage here? He emphasized his point by putting the barrel of the gun on the girl's cheek. Weiss trembled. Jean? She pleaded for help. She's visibly shaken. She may have seen her fair share of death, but death aimed at her was not something she or anyone at such a young age is or should be prepared for. The Schnee bodyguard frowned. What could he do in this situation? Then he felt a poke on his back. It was Naruto's tail. Why is he moving it around? Is he riding? Jin focused and understood the message. Get ready, and don't bother using Yuki and Issa. After that, Jin noticed a kunai fly by behind his head. What was the oh hell? The Hunteresss couldn't finish his boasting because he was pulled by 9 foxtails and hurled towards the 2 Hunteresss. Now, Naruto signaled to Jin. The 2 blondes punched the Hunteresss in the gut. The force of the punch would have sent him flying into the sea, but his legs were grabbed. Jin grabbed the Hunteress's right leg. Naruto got the other. They pulled the Hunteress back and slammed their fists on the dog's gut again, sending him crashing on the ground. The two go for another punch, this time with chakra imbued on the fists. They punch again, creating a crater. They gave a final punch and rendered the dog Faunus paralyzed temporarily. They stand and patted the dust off them. Naruto was the first to say something. He grinned as he said, "I knew you'd get it. Hey, so how's it feel to punch rather than slash at your opponent? Feels much better hearing the crunch, right?" "No, Naruto, you will never convert me to your fighting style, Naruto." Jean turned to the Hunteresss. "Are you okay, Weiss?" "Oh ho, first name basis, huh?" "Shut up, Naruto." The white-haired girl, while shocked, was able to get a nod. Jean sighed and hugged the girl as he said, "Sorry, Weiss. I broke the promise again, didn't I?" "Yo, bodyguard." Naruto called out to his friend. "What you're doing ain't exactly professional, you know." "Way to ruin the mood, Naruto." Jean hid a smile. "Hey, it's been 3 years. I need to have some fun with my friends. Anyway, are you the only one who followed me?" Jean shook his head. "Then who else?" "Who else would go?" Jean answered cryptically. "You mean the others too? That's great. Have you seen them?" "Sadly, no. I've searched for Makoto and Noel, but I have no leads in Vale so far. Ragna's just off the grid. No records or anything." "Oh man, Ash, how do you know Lieutenant General Ragna Kisaragi?" The dog Faunus stammered through the pain. Ragna/Kisaragi? Naruto laughed hysterically. "Oh, perfect. This was amazingly perfect in that, even in a different world, Ragna is on what normal people consider as the wrong side." "Thaha. Jean, this is just great. Your brother has a knack on going to a rebellious side, doesn't he?" The blonde dog Faunus sighed. "Sadly, yes." "So, Lieutenant General, huh? Is he that important in your ranks that you gave him such a high rank?" "I don't need to answer to you, pure-blood traitor. I'm not even part of your group." Jean deadpanned before sighing. "I give up. Hey Naruto, how about you come with us?" I'd like to, but I got a job at a restaurant and another one I created for myself. Plus, I kinda like it here. Besides, I know where you and the Schnee are headed." Naruto said confidently. "Oh? And what might that be?" "One word. Beacon." Jean smiled. "You know me too well, Naruto." Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He'd say more, but now go. We got uninvited guests. Naruto growled as he pointed at a number of speedboats speeding to the pier. "Sure, but not without a goodbye present." He sent his ice constructs to sea and froze the water solid. The White Fang members were forced to swim their way to the pier rather than go and hit and run the place. "I'll see you in Beacon, Naruto." The blonde fox smiled and nodded at his retreating friend. Sure, Ice King. Get your princess out of here." Jean nodded and grabbed Weiss and carried her in a princess carry as they rode away on the ice sword. A day after, Jean looked at the Vale News Network, or VNN. Weiss's kidnapping was top news. It highlighted the events and the number of members captured for this little escapade. A total of 75 members are arrested for the kidnapping of Weiss Schnee, said the reporter, Lisa Lavender. It was through the combined effort of, ironically, two fauna. One Weiss Schnee's bodyguard, Jin Kisaragi, the other is his friend, Naruto Namikaze. Both Faunus are confirmed to be advocates for peaceful coexistence between the Faunus and us humans. In 3 different places, there were 3 individuals with one reaction. WHAT? She motioned her hand to her left, and over it, a pop-up of a video appeared. We now look at a video published to our station by a bystander who caught most of the events that happened at the pier. The video screen got larger and Lisa Lavender disappeared off screen to accommodate for the surprisingly high-quality video. The video coincidentally captured the start of the rants between Naruto and the dog Faunus. It also caught the fight against the same Faunus as well as the PDA between him and Weiss. Now the next part, Jean was curious about. It was the event that led to the arrest of the rest of the members after all. It was interesting. There were a few dedicated to chasing after Jean, so they tried to break the ice. The rest swam to the pier to fight Naruto, like the idiots they were. "Oh good, you finally arrived," Naruto said happily. "Did you know how long I was waiting?" He got his answer in the form of bullets, an attack he effortlessly evaded by tilting his body to the right. "All right, I get it. No more What's the saying? Ah, screw it. He yelled as he was evading more and more bullets. Okay, okay, Naruto said in a panicky manner. I've been itching to use my new toys anyway. Don't disappoint me, guys. Naruto opened the zipper on a bag strapped on the back of his waist. He placed his hand inside and pulled out a double-bladed naginata, a spear-like weapon with a single-edged blade at the end on both ends. All right, Azure Storm, let's see you in action. Naruto beckoned his enemies to come forth, and like the idiots they were, they complied, bringing out their swords or maces or other close-ranged weapons. The fauna strike at Naruto, who parried their slashes or blows with ease, and countered by spinning the weapon around like a propeller. He swept the first wave with ease. The second wave came. He changed the form of Azure Storm. It turned into a double-ended trident. He did similar tactics when defeating the enemies, but when his weapon met a blade or handle at the trident's gap, he twisted it and disarmed the fauna with ease. In the middle of it, he switched forms again, and it took the form of nunchucks. Jin was amazed by Naruto's adaptability, and it only developed the idea that Naruto was the most unpredictable individual in the world. Add in the fact that shadow clones aid in learning, Naruto can learn every recorded fighting style and weapon fighting styles. Jin inspected the one-sided fight. Naruto was wiping the floor with them. He disarmed one faunus by grabbing the attacker's weapon with his chain, then smacked it at the faunus next to him. He then smacked a faunus at the head, which bounced off and did collateral on the poor fool next to him. Naruto had enough with that form, and once again switched to a different form. It took the form of bladed tonfas. The third wave came in and supported the second. Naruto didn't look scared at all. His fighting style around the tonfas revolved at using hooks, utilizing the blades at full potential. He'd twirl the weapon around at times, but it was rare. He was a boxer at heart, and this weapon was as close to boxing as he can get without actually punching. In this form, Naruto seems to have no restrictions. His body was at its natural motions, in other words, his fighting style. Come on, guys. I know you can do better. I mean, come on, you have a badass name like the White Fang, and I'm beating you up like mooks. You guys should at least be elite mooks or bring out the elite. Indeed, Naruto in the video had knocked out 45 fauna effortlessly in less than a minute. He withdrew his Azure Storm and placed it back in the bag. He pulled the zipper open further and grabbed something that seemed to be heavy. Now that I've had my fun with that toy, here's another. As he said that, he pulled out a humongous cube with tank treads. From a compartment, he pulled a pair of sports glasses. The fauna were wary, and they acted smart for once by pulling out their guns. System activated, said a robotic voice. The voice originated from the mobile cube, which opened up to show a mobile missile platform. Naruto grinned at his masterpiece. Say hello to my little friend, Thunderclap. The fauna shot at Naruto with no warning, and they would have been successful if the red aura shield didn't block the bullets. On Naruto's right hand, a shield connected itself to his gauntlet. It was gunmetal gray with a two-faced mask, one white with a black eye socket, the other the inverse, on the middle and had movable sections on it to spread out. It might be a multi-function weapon. This is Deceive, he said. Nice to meet you too. The missile platform fired and emptied its salvo, the missiles hitting the ground the fauna stood on. They couldn't react fast enough and were engulfed in the blast. They weren't eradicated, if that's what you're asking. They were unconscious. He used concussive rounds, not actual explosives, because that'd land him in jail too. After that, he dragged the unconscious bodies into a pyramidal pile and clapped his hands at his handiwork. And the winner is Naruto, he enthusiastically said to himself. Now, what am I late for again? Oh crap, the groceries. He ran off and the video switched to a red background with a line art of a fox, Naruto's emblem. Beneath it, there was writing. Produced by Namikaze Studios. Jin laughed. It was so Naruto to capture his own awesomeness. The video screen shrank to show a shocked Lisa Lavender, whose face told viewers like Jin, I thought you said this was a bystander. The whole news crew was at a shock that there was a visible 10-second pause after the video before the news reporter snapped out and said the next piece of news. We now go to a live conference with SDC head, Bronco Schnee. Mr. Schnee, how do you feel about the attempted kidnapping of your daughter? Asked a reporter. The company head sighed. While I knew they were going to attempt this, I didn't think they'd have the audacity to do it in broad daylight. Bronco answered with a true feeling of disbelief. I'm happy it wasn't successful, and I'm proud of my wife's decision to hire Jin Kisaragi as my daughter's bodyguard. It was because of him and his friend, Naruto, that my daughter is safe. Branko's smile never left him as he said his next words. Ironic that it was my daughter's kidnapping that allowed Jin to meet his lost friend. The story about the young man's employment as a bodyguard is simple, and in the words of my wife, become my daughter's bodyguard, and I'll assist your search of your friend. How do you feel about peaceful coexistence with the Faunus? Bronco paused and thought long about his answer. There was a time when I wouldn't care about that topic and went on my merry way. There was a time when I believed we'd never coexist. And there was a time when I wanted death to all Faunus. However, my mind has changed. The young men that saved my daughter are the main factors of my change in opinion. The reporters were confused by his answer. Jin Kisaragi, the Faunus who endured the discrimination under his employment, never hated or attacked humans. He neither scorned us nor wished death upon us all. He gained my utmost respect and became the son I never had. The other young man, Naruto. His speech we just saw broadcasted by the VNN solidified that while our generation can't eliminate this segregated lifestyle, the next generation can persuade or truly eliminate the discrimination of the Faunus peacefully. What about the questionable relationship of your daughter with her bodyguard? How do you feel about that? Bronco choked on his saliva a bit. Next dash, yes. Please tell us about how you feel about that development. Bronco was obviously shocked about the question, no doubt. He'd rather not answer to avoid embarrassing his daughter and Jin too. Like his opinion, there was a time where interspecies relationships would make Bronco puke at the mere mention. But now, okay, fine. Bronco gave up. I don't care. You don't care, sir? Yup. What does that mean? Exactly that. I'm sure the young man understands. Jin realized that the answer was for him. How did he know? How did the man that didn't know how to express himself to his daughter see through Jin's fake face that he puts in front of the man when Weiss is the subject? How did he know that the Faunus bodyguard has a crush on his daughter? Wait, did Bronco? Jin softly chuckled. I can't believe you, sir. Giving your approval before I can properly ask. Next question, please. Bronco asked before Jin turned off the TV. Jin looked at the time. It was 2:37. There was 3 minutes before Weiss's Merton asked her training. Hurrying, Jin ran to the training room. With Naruto, he was having a blast watching the news. He understood what Bronco meant, and he'd love to listen to the interview more, but a phone call for him prevented that. Hello, Naruto Odd Jobs. This is Naruto speaking. What's your job? Naruto asked enthusiastically. Oh, a delivery? What kind? The blonde was interested. A gift delivery. But what's the gift? He waited for an answer. Me? For whom? For one Makoto Nanaya, answered a boy through the phone. And this concludes Jin's branching path. Thanks for reading. And one thing, pureblood is what I'm calling Faunus with ears, or horns, and a tail. We haven't seen both on a Faunus, so why not call the group that? Anyways, hoped you enjoyed that. Azure signing off. Makoto, and I'm back to post another chapter. Hope you enjoy this installment. Hakuruku 79. Naruto will be unpredictable. Sure, he'll still be a fist fighter, but I'll add in the fact that the weapons he showcased are only a fraction of his full armory. And yes, he has an armory. Batman-size armory. Salmon 21. The explanation for the Faunus transformation for Ragna, Jin, and Noel will be revealed this chapter. And now to present the chapter. Disclaimer. First chapter. Chapter 3. Branching Path. Makoto. Care to run that by me again, Naruto? Asked the tall, blonde man named Jin Xiaolong, Ruby's and Yang's muscular and intimidating father, who's also Naruto's boss at the restaurant, Little Dragon Den. Naruto cleared his throat and said, I'm going to the Eastern Kingdom. He let the message sink in before continuing. I've got a job addressed over there. Curious, Mr. Xiaolong asked, what's the job? Please don't take it the wrong way, but I'm delivery. Mr. Xiaolong's eyes widened considerably. Yes, but I'm not being asked to be a cherry popper, if that's what you're asking. Naruto interrupted the man's question as if anticipating it. I'm to deliver myself to a person in the Eastern Kingdom, But here's the kicker. The girlfriend I was separated with is in the Eastern Kingdom, and a friend of hers wants me to surprise her with a reunion. Mr. Xiaolong was baffled by the information, but then again, Naruto needed this. Plus, with all the customers raving on about the heroic faunus chef bouncing around for a while, this'll make good publicity Mr. Xiaolong can use for his restaurant. I see. I'll inform Signal that you'll be out for a couple of days then. Naruto smiled and bowed to the man. Thanks a lot, Mr. Xiaolong. The man placed a hand on his left shoulder. Hey, I told you to call me Jean. I can't really do that when I have a friend named Jean, Naruto said weakly. He then perked up and told the man this. Tell Yang to work on those aura punches while I'm out. Noted, instructor. Jean smirked. Naruto didn't dislike the title, but sometimes made him feel too old. However, in truth, Naruto would turn 27. Sure, that's not old, but calling a 27-year-old instructor is too formal, in Naruto's opinion. He turned to leave the restaurant, but a customer bumped into him. The individual Naruto bumped into has earthy, brown hair slicked back and had an unbraided rat tail at the bottom of his hairline. He wears a silver night visor with vertical eye slits and has a design of a blue Y curved at the fork to accommodate a blue circle. The Y spreads out like wings, and the design is placed at the top of the visor and at the center of it. Connected to the visor is his headphones that act as the joint that allows it to be raised. His top consisted of a red, button vest and a black, collared shirt underneath. He chose to not wear his breastplate because he's not in Signal at the moment. He did leave his greaves though. It's silver, like his visor, but at the sides, there is an ellipse extrusion that exposes another copy of his emblem. At the sides as well, the same blue encompassed the extrusion, but it didn't color the whole greave. Underneath that, he wears a pair of black slacks that have belt straps to hold several cylinders of unknown substances for his hydrokinetic-based semblance, a unique ability an individual has. His armored shoes clank with every step, and his weapons did the same when strapped to the back of his hip. This person is Carmine Azul, Naruto's first guy friend in the New World and his first job, which consisted of crafting him a shield, named Sentinel, that Naruto took the concept of to create his Deceive shield. Hey hero, where are you going? Carmine asked nonchalantly. You know you got some paparazzi aimed to get your secrets. He pointed to the window, where several pairs of reporters were inadequately hidden under obviously fake bushes. Is it a job? Naruto nodded. Sorry Carmine, but duty calls, this time to the Eastern Kingdom. Why are you here anyway? I have a maintenance job for you to do on Sentinel here, but you can let your clones do that. Carmine answered like it was a normal occurrence, which it is. Naruto's clones do everything he needs to do in his absence, minus teaching because one solid hit in spars make the clone disappear. Yeah, sure, Carmine. Now if you'll excuse me, I've a delivery to do. Naruto rushed past him and ran out the door, heading east. The stalking reporters never got the chance to ambush Naruto as he exited the restaurant. He jumped abnormally high and flew away using his gauntlets and Deceive as flight tools. Makoto. During Makoto's stay at the Lai compound, she heard of the discrimination against the fauna. She'd experienced it before, and it was through the help of Naruto's moral guidance that she didn't seek to hurt humans for their stupidity and prejudice. When she met the clan head of the Lai family the first time, she was surprised to see not a single one judge her for her animalistic appearance. It was smooth sailing from then on for the most part. Many of the Easterners weren't too prejudiced when it came to the faunus compared to the humans in the other kingdoms. She got an outfit change, sort of. Her battle outfit now had an orange jacket that had a zipper undone halfway just beneath her breasts. She noticed how others guys had lecherous or lustful gazes when she wore her battle outfit and decided to do something about it. Only Naruto would see her body. Nobody else will ever look at her that way again, or she'll beat them to an inch of their life. Makoto got to go to a grim hunting academy to learn more about this world, and she understood that in Remnant, chakra is the more potent and offensive version of aura. Aura, the force that mostly defends living beings from the grim, is the pre-evolution of the power Naruto, Noel, Jean, Ragna, and Herno. During her time in the Eastern Kingdom, she also met Ragna with a black-haired faunus and a red-head bull faunus at one point. She confronted the white-haired teen, who now became a dog faunus for unexplained reasons until she asked. Her meeting started when she called him. Ragna? Ragna, is that you? Makoto asked as she walked up from behind him. The dog faunus was recognizable not only by his hair, but also by his signature blood-red coat that he wore, which made him infamous in the hierarchical cities. He turned around, curious about the girl who knew him. He didn't realize it was Makoto until he spotted the squirrel tail. He was shocked and happy at the same time. He thought he'd never see the day he'd see a familiar face. Makoto? It's you, right? Oh, thank goodness, he said happily. Makoto noticed the black-haired girl's jealous look. It was nearly imperceptible, but Makoto's a girl, and she could see the clear discontent within the girl's gaze. Yeah, Ragna. Ease up on the happy factor. You aren't exactly the Reaper if you act like a happy-go-lucky idiot. Hey, he hadn't seen a friend of Naruto's for 2 years. I think he needs to feel super happy that he met one. So, how've you been? Good, Ragna said hastily. Makoto narrowed her eyes. She suspected something, and she noticed the nervous look on the dog's face. So, have you seen Naruto around? Do you see him with me? Makoto asked as she spread her arms open as if there was a hidden compartment on her. No, of course not. If anything, he'd try to find his girlfriend as soon as possible. Makoto was too busy answering sarcastically that she failed to see the slightly relieved look on the cat faunus. I've been looking for him too, but he just doesn't seem to pop up here in this kingdom. True as she said. While she may have spent time learning about this world, a shadow clone was dedicated to search for Naruto's whereabouts. I know what you mean. He's here somewhere, but where could he possibly be? Ragna silently cheered that he was able to change the subject quickly. Makoto didn't need to know his story or the fact that he's a high-ranking member of the White Fang, which he would guess that Makoto would know well. What's with the nervous look you had earlier? What do you mean? Ragna said, trying to hide his nervousness and failing very miserably. Makoto pointed at him. Like the one you have now? Give me a minute. He turned away and took his silent friends with him into a group meeting of whispers. The squirrel wondered what they're talking about. Then she noticed the emblem of a red wolf with claw marks behind it on his sword strap. Ragna's part of the White Fang? Makoto thought in disbelief. Okay, radical. You can stop your huddle. Ragna had a visible twitch run his body. He'd been found out. In retrospect, he shouldn't have allowed the tailor to etch the emblem there. Well, you caught me. What are you gonna do to me? Arrest me like what the others would have done? Ragna asked seriously with his hands up in surrender. Makoto smiled and shook her head. The bull and the cat wondered what the two were talking about. Like the others? What did that mean? No way. A friend of my boyfriend is a friend of mine. Besides, you must have woken up at their HQ if you're part of their group. Ragna weakly chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Wait, you woke up at their HQ? Amazing, Ragna. You were considered a criminal before, but this is divine judgment if you landed at an extremist group's front porch. Makoto laughed hard. The cat rushed in, pulling out her sword and placed the edge on Makoto's neck. Don't badmouth the White Fang. Yet despite the intimidating action, Makoto noticed whom the girl meant. The girl's eyes wander slightly to the red-clad faunus. Oh-ho, we got ourselves an admirer? Makoto couldn't hide her smirk, and the cat called her out on it. What are you smiling at? If you put the sword away, I'll whisper it in your ear. Makoto answered the question in a sing-song voice. Reluctantly, the cat withdrew her weapon from Makoto's throat. Almost immediately, Makoto dragged the girl and turned away from the boys. She got close to her ear and whispered, You lie Ragna Dancha? The girl's eyes shot open further than normal. If she wasn't awake before, then she is now. The cat failed to hold back a blush, but thankfully, her face wasn't visible to the man that held her heart. Hey, Adam, Ragna whispered. What do you think they're talking about? Adam noticed the twitch Blake had, and with that smile on Makoto's face, Adam figured out that Makoto must know Blake's crush on Ragna. Feigning ignorance, Adam shrugged his shoulders. Hell if I know. I'm a guy. I don't know what's going through a girl's head. It was then the huddle was broken up and Makoto continued the conversation. How'd you end up as a faunus anyway, Ragna? The fact shocked the two other fauna. Ragna didn't tell them that he didn't used to be a faunus. Silence surrounded the group, and it stayed longer than it should have. The white-haired man placed a palm on his face to hide his misery. Way to go, Makoto. And here I thought I'd never explain myself to these two. Ragna muttered. Makoto heard it. Aren't they your friends? She asked in disbelief. Why would Ragna hide this fact? She told Rin and Nora about the truth a week after she got here. But Ragna's been bottling up that important fact? Of course. They're my best friends after Naruto. Ragna's passionate answer returned to Makoto full force, but she didn't back down, opting for a harsher truth to be revealed. Then why the secrecy? Makoto asked for the two shocked fauna. Why hide the fact that you aren't originally a faunus, or the fact that we aren't part of this dimension? The silent fauna shut up. Their voices would waver if they tried to talk. Now answer my question. How did you become a faunus? His voice wasn't in a fit of rage. It was calm but accusatory. Ragna stood silently, pondering over how to answer this. When he got his answer, he sighed. He'd tell how he got turned into a faunus. The rabbit came into a dream of mine a week after we landed. Here. He started. She said that there's little to no chance of returning because our wills were only focused on Naruto when we went through the boundary. She said the only way to return was if our minds only wandered through, and not our bodies. And the fact that our focus was on Naruto, our faunus friend, the boundary must have put the forceful change to turn me, possibly Jean and Noelle, into fauna. The explanation seemed sound to Makoto, but to the other two, their minds were all over the place. I see. Makoto muttered. That was a bit to take in. They'd most likely never return to their original world. She already missed her parents and siblings. Well, you have a lot of explaining to do, so I'll be on my way. Makoto started to walk away, but stopped for a brief moment to tell something further. If you want to talk to me, go to the Lai family residence. I stay there for the time being. Sorry about ruining your secret. It's been a year or so since that encounter. Ragna did return to talk. He and his friends coped with the fact that Ragna and Makoto's friends are interdimensional travelers. Usually when Ragna appeared, he would be sending reports about Naruto's whereabouts. They usually were quick appearances or rumors. Naruto was an enigma in this world, and he pops anywhere he wants. The two wouldn't give up their search, and Blake, the cat, and Adam, the bull, aided in any way they can. It was Ren's luck that he found a delivery service. Well, not a delivery service, but a jack-of-all-trades shop with Naruto's name on it. The Dustnet gave wonderful reviews of his service. Quick, safe, mint condition, etc. After they saw the news and confirmed that was him, Ren consulted Nora about it, and the two quickly tried to contact him. It was gratifying for the two to hear his voice, and it was even more satisfying that they'd reunite a couple. Present time with Ran and Nora, the two childhood friends were smiling happily as they ate at the park with Makoto for a picnic. Makoto sensed a weird feeling emanating from the two and was suspicious of the two. She was so suspicious because Rin was smiling, a rare action done by the boy. Okay, who are you and what have you done with Rin? Makoto asked sternly. The boy seemed offended, Nora too, but they were expecting such a reaction to happen. Sometimes the stoic Rin leaks off some emotion in such a manner that others would question his legibility to be the actual Rin. I'm still me, Makoto. Last time I checked, I have no twin brothers, or clones for that matter. Rin hastily added the last part to add a bit of humor in his words. By all means it failed because nobody can laugh from Rin's jokes. He's too stoic to be humorous. Yeah, Rin's still Rin. Do you need your eyes checked, Makoto? No. Makoto denied. All I'm saying is that Rin is a bit too happy to be Rin. Is it that unbelievable that I have emotions? Rin asked monotonously. I've only seen you smile for the second time. The first time was when we met. Makoto said in frustration. She already was on edge after seeing Naruto on the world news, but Rin's little out-of-character moment has made the squirrel go crazy. Okay, so I've been neglecting my human emotions. Is it that big a deal? I mean, you see other characters in fiction do it. Why not me? Makoto couldn't argue with the point and quickly silenced herself. Besides, there's a good reason to be smiling. Makoto wondered what he meant by that. They ate their lunch and packed up their picnic and headed home. Meanwhile, Naruto is being interrogated because of his trespassing in foreign kingdom soil. He'd take the dust plane, but why wait? He had the tools to fly his way there, and he already has the chakra to fuel those tools to keep him airborne. It was through a stroke of luck that one security guard recognized him as the boy who apprehended 75 White Fang members. With the newfound respect, the questioning eased up and Naruto was able to explain that he was here for a delivery because it was his job. When it was confirmed that his work was legitimate, they wondered why he created a job for himself. A delivery, you say? But you look more like a hunter rather than a delivery boy? I need the money and a myriad of skills that'd go to waste if I didn't make this job. Plus, I have some leeway from my school because I have the skill of experienced huntsmen or huntresses compared to my peers. I killed a Garm. The guards stood in shocked silence. They let me do these jobs because I can't catch up on the material anyway. The guards heard enough and wrapped up the conversation. All right, young man, we're done here, announced the guard interrogating him. Be safe when delivering whatever it is you're delivering. That sentence got the others questioning. What are you delivering anyway? Myself, Naruto answered. He then started explaining how he got separated from Makoto and a friend of hers stumbled upon his job and contacted him to do a reunion for the two. Ah, that's sweet. Good luck meeting your girlfriend. And once again, be safe. Naruto left the room with a bow. He popped back in the room not even 3 seconds. Can you give me directions to the Lai family residence? You're in luck. It's just past this building. Head to the left from the entrance and go straight for about 7 blocks. The house is a green mansion. You won't miss it. After the picnic, Makoto and friends head home to spar against each other. The park was a few minutes walk away, and they would have reached Rin's house in time if the Grimm alarm hadn't blared to alert everyone of Grimm entering the city. There was a breach on the wall that separated the public from the forest. Naruto heard the alarm and hurried back to the police station. He needed to ask where that breach originated. It'd take a while for the huntsmen and huntresses to get there even with fast transport. He had to get that crucial info or many lives would be lost. Hey guys, where's that breach? Naruto asked frantically. Just 3 blocks past the Lai residence, turn right. That's where it is. Hurry, young man. Naruto opened his back pouch, where his weapons come from. He opened it fully and pulled out a red motorcycle armed to the teeth with machine guns strapped to the front and a missile platform on the sides of the seat. This is Karyudo, or Hunter. Naruto revved the bike's engine and drove to the breach. The breach consisted of a Borbatusk horde, but the strange thing was that the Borbatusks seemed scared and were led to the wall. It's said the breach originates at the forest 3 blocks away from the park. In retrospect, the city officials shouldn't have designed such a public place next to an area known for an infestation of Grimm. The 3 friends head off to the breach, intent on slowing the invasion down. When they arrive, the first block, the one in front of the breach, was destroyed and was now in ruins. The second was almost destroyed. The Borbatusk are reckless and determined Grimm. Their method of attack rested solely on charging with their head tilted down to either overrun a person or launch said person away. The Grimm itself looks like a black boar with tusks. Clever name, no? Its secondary important detail of its appearance is its armor, which almost covers its face that held 4 glowing, red eyes and a set of bony plates that protected most of its upper body. Its Achilles heel is its underbelly. There are no signs of any armor protecting it there. Makoto cuts off the river of swine-like Grimm by using her chakra and making a giant blue arm to allow a few to be taken out by Ran and Nora. The squirrel handled the rest by swinging the chakra arm around. Seeing as she had the brute strength needed to beat the Borbatusk without the need to go for the weak point, Makoto smashed her enemies. The squirrel was doing fairly well. Her chakra-infused punches easily defeated the D-class Grimm. Her punches literally turned them to black dust in the wind. No blood or anything else was left whenever she let loose her mortally fatal punches. It was amazing to see that under Naruto's tutelage, Makoto became a master of her version of her master's original fighting style. She also let loose a group of shadow clones to hasten to eradication of the boar-like Grimm. The clones did their job as efficient as the original. They wiped out a portion of the charging horde with the chakra arms and weakened the total attacking force. When does this horde end? Makoto yelled in frustration. She already counted about 43 Borbatusks were slain, but more and more just keep appearing. It seemed that the wasted effort held no meaning if more Borbatusks just keep entering. A concentrated force enters, and Makoto is unable to prevent them from entering and is about to be overrun. That would have happened if a sniper shot hadn't penetrated a column of the charging Grim. Yes, it only took one aura-coated, high-caliber bullet to annihilate a now weakened force. Then a windmill shuriken goes past Makoto and cuts through a line of Borbatusks and returns from where it originated. Then a lightning strike create a smoldering crater where 25 of the Borbatusks were at that time. And after that, a salvo of rockets fire into the remaining few to finish off most of the Grim. These attacks are from a team of huntsmen named RLTT, or Roulette. The owner of the sniper is Topaz Grimel, a cheetah faunus with orange hair and turtleneck shirt. Over it, a golden hoodie with orange claw mark patterns stitched on it. On his left shoulder, a gunmetal gray pauldron outlined in forest green situated itself there. He wore navy blue baggy pants and yellow sneakers. His weapon is a gunmetal gray high-caliber sniper rifle capable of turning into a railgun. He uses aura as well as his electromagnetic semblance and shock dust to fuel the electric current needed to fire the supersonic bullet. Though he rarely uses the second form, as the destruction that comes after usually leaves small trenches on the ground. His gun also turns into a staff in case of close-range battles. The owner of the lightning strike is Twilight Scribe. She is a huntress that is a master at glyphs. Her weapon is a book that catalogs all her attacks, and she simply swipes the glyph off the page to attack or defend. She is a raven-haired woman with dark purple highlights on her bangs. She wears a purple scarf and a dark purple buttoned shirt, which is almost covered by her midnight black trench coat. She wore a magenta skirt that ran the length of her thighs and black boots. She is a long-ranged fighter and uses her glyphs to keep her enemies far away from her and set them up for a trap or an attack. The salvo of rockets came from Nora's father, Loki Valkyrie. While not as tricky as his namesake, Loki had handcrafted the missiles and manufactured it for a multitude of purposes that only he would know of. Many a fool have tried to withstand his unpredictable salvo only for the rocket to snake around their guard, explode upon close proximity, extreme homing capability, stickies, etc. The man was built to handle heavy things. He's a blacksmith half the time after all. In fact, his body structure is so unlike his namesake that he should be called Thor instead. Nora did wonder what her grandparents were thinking when naming her dad and uncle their complete ancestral opposites. Anyways, Loki is a heavily armored man wearing a vibrant silver armor outlined in orange at the ends of his armor. He wore pauldrons, graves, gauntlets, the full package, and yet he still has the strength to move just as, if not faster than a track runner while the man wears his incredibly heavy armor. His weapon is a rocket launcher / warhammer named Ragnarok. He uses the hammer much like his daughter does, except instead of a burst of recoil, Loki uses the stream of fire to continuously swing faster and harder. The last member, the one who threw the shuriken, is Ren's father Lyro. The man is lean like his son and has the speed of his cheetah teammate. He wears a similar outfit like his son. Green kimono with strips of pink and black on it, white pants and black flat-foot shoes. He is a master at bare-handed close combat with aura-infused strikes. His weapon is his shuriken, which he uses to wipe a herd or pack from a long distance. He asked Twilight to make a glyph that only he could use to make his weapon return to him like a boomerang. It wouldn't do a hunter to be weaponless after all. His weapon can also turn into a very elongated katana, which he coats in aura to swipe a large area in a flurry of slashes carved by the wind. His son is currently under his tutelage because the Eastern Kingdom's way of teaching future huntsmen and huntresses is to assign 3 students as a team under the teachings of a volunteering hunter or huntress. This fulfills the role of a 4-man team and has a leader in it to fill the gap needed. It's much different compared to the learning Mistralians do because they learn by trial by fire, meaning they learn by getting put into a pit of grim. If they fail, then they fail. Survive, you are taught by an instructor. Anyways, Rong is a terrific master, and he is thankful to only have to teach his son how to fight. Loki was teaching his daughter how to swing a hammer properly during the afternoon, while Makoto is a master in her right. She says it's thanks to her boyfriend that she is even able to fight on her impressive level. With a full-fledged team as reinforcements, The three teens are revitalized for another round of defending the walls. But one question wrapped around their minds. What could have caused a herd of Borbatusks to run rampant? It sure wasn't because they were scared, that's for sure. Makoto and Rong along with his son go in hand-to-hand and leave holes in their opponents, or in Makoto's case, transmute them into black dust as they plow towards the breach. Nora and her father break the line of Borbatusks by launching explosives at them. Twilight used this to trap several and allowed Topaz to shoot them all like it was target practice. It repeated this plan, and it worked. Many, if not all of the attacking Borbatusks were dead, save for the few that are running amok in the city, which should be dead in a couple of minutes. The suppression force of 7 surprisingly took less than 3 minutes to destroy the countless amount of Borbatusks that entered. No one other than Team RLTD had even come in time to help. Geez, the others can be so irresponsible. Why can't others be here faster? Makoto complained. Ran, who was panting loudly, walked next to her and said, "You do know it takes a while to get here, right? The Huntsman and Huntress Guild is stationed at the center of the city, plus, the academy is literally next door." Makoto grumbled, "Did you forget it's a Saturday?" Makoto, run. Behind you. The two individuals turned behind them, and a gigantic boulder invaded their view. Makoto was ready to punch the boulder into dust. However, a kunai whizzed by her right cheek, and it was a very familiar kunai. It was three-pronged and had a seal on the handle. It couldn't be him, could it? She asked herself. It made contact with the boulder and bounced harmlessly off the hard surface. No, it is. The kunai was enveloped in a fireball that held a faunus within it. It was Naruto. Blonde hair with red tips? Check. Whisker marks? Check. Red fox ears and nine tails? Check. Red gauntlets with neon blue pattern? Check. Makoto identified Naruto and was giddy on the inside. Naruto's right fist made contact with the boulder, and the boulder was fired back like it was a rubber ball being bounced on the floor. He flipped and then landed on both his feet, skidding to a complete stop. He dusted off the dust accumulated from him, punching said dust off the boulder, and then turned around to talk to the people he saved. "Hey, Mako." He was tackled into the ground before he could finish his sentence. "All right, easy with the HMMPH." He was interrupted by a kiss from his girlfriend. This he didn't stop. The two childhood friends who set up this meeting, while not as planned, worked out in the end with satisfactory results. The adults did nothing but stand awkwardly because they were unsure of what to say or do at the moment. When the kiss was done, another boulder was launched. This time Makoto punched it, and the main difference was that the boulder was in tiny, harmless pieces of rock. Topaz inspected the horizon on his scope. He twiddled around while he searched as he kept on sucking on a lollipop he just opened seconds ago. What he found was dangerous. He yelled to everybody, "We got golems and a titan. Hear that? Golems and a titan." He then proceeded to pull out his scroll, a rectangular, holographic pad that can be expanded like a scroll. He hastily searched for the emergency button, while his partner, Twilight, lit up a red flare and sent it sky high. They need backup immediately. Golems are B-class Grim with the ability to utilize the earth they stand on as an extra layer of protection. It gets its name because many see its initial state to be already covered in rock, dirt, and other things on the ground. The Titan is an A-class Grim and has the same capabilities as a Golem, but with the added bonus of being able to manipulate the earth offensively. There are 4 Golems in total and 1 Titan. Mako-chan. Right. Let's go. The two fist fighters charged with seemingly no plan of action. Loki wanted to stop them, but Rong had other plans. He wanted to see the teacher that taught Makoto how to fight so masterfully. "Makoto, use your Big Bang Smash." Makoto did what was asked and summoned her chakra fist. Naruto placed his chakra on the palm of Makoto's chakra fist and inputs the motions of a Rasengan on the palm. When done, Makoto's Big Bang Smash has a full-powered Rasengan in its hand. "Go. Mako-chan. You got it." Makoto ran towards the breached wall that was no more due to a golem walking through it. She cocked her fist and launched it forward, slamming the Gant Rasengan on its armored torso. "Take that. Maximum Rasengan." The Rasengan drilled through the golem's earth armor, and reached the white sturdy material on all Grim. It did the same thing, but only scratched the surface. Makoto was now on the ground, and with solid footing beneath her, she took a step forward and thrust the chakra attack deeper into the Grim's tick armor. Blow away. The Rasengan explodes in a furious gust of wind that launched the golem into another of its friends. Go, Naruto. Reawawag. Where Naruto stood was a raging tower of fire. It sped towards the golems and tightened like a bullet. It tore through the ground, leaving a burning trench as it got closer to the Grim. When it did reach the Grim, a large explosion occurred. Then, an earth-shaking event happened soon after. A large slab of rock erupted and flicked a small object that got closer, which was Naruto's fumbling body. Ugh, that turned out better than expected. What were you expecting? Makoto asked with great curiosity. I thought I'd get flattened like a pancake. Naruto said nonchalantly. Nay, Mako-chan, how about a tag team? His grin of trouble plastered itself on the blonde's face. Isn't that what we're doing right now? Oh, right. So, are you up to give a hearty beatdown? Makoto held a palm to her chest. You offend me with your question, Naruto. You know I love a good beatdown. Well then, children, we'll clear a path. Rong answered calmly. Loki shot every missile he had loaded on his hammer. Twilight placed an anti-gravity GYLPH underneath the golems. Rong turned his shuriken into a katana and slashed the air and cut through the white armor, and Topaz said, out of the way. His sniper turned into its railgun form, and electricity channeled through the rails. He loaded the stock with his shock dust to fuel an even stronger shot, and coated his bullet with almost all of his aura. It'd take a tremendous amount of penetrating power to get through that white armor. Twilight gave almost all of her aura too for a successful eradication of the golems. And right between the eyes, he pulled the trigger, and a massive shockwave came from the barrel. A hot orange trail of electricity followed the bullet. Upon contact, the high-penetration bullet did its job and easily went through the golems like they were paper. Why did we need backup again? Loki asked as he saw the raw destruction of a single aura-coated bullet tear through the golems with ease. The same can't be said for the Titan. It did erase the earth armor, but the armor was returning quickly, and the bullet only left a sizable dent on its chest. It seemed as though the aura coating ran out after going through the fourth golem. Thanks, guys. Makoto said cheerily. Come on, Naruto. Let's kill us a Titan. All right. Naruto and Makoto charged at the towering Grim, and as they got closer, they thought up ideas on how to get through that armor. Naruto had an idea, but it's stupid and can get both Makoto and him killed, so he dismissed that. Naruto, go behind its head and punch it into the ground. Blondie did what was ordered of him and chucked his kunai just a meter away from the Titan's cheek. He teleported and saw the back of the Grim's head. He punched it with his average strength when fighting Grim and added his chakra into the mix, sending the tall Grim's face right into Makoto's fist. A huge weight difference. Makoto sent her other fist up into its face. Means nothing. She jumped high as the Grim's body was lifted off the ground. She was above the Grim and yelled, "When you've got the will to win." She slammed her fist on the Grim's sturdy head, and her chakra arm followed and drastically increased the damage output and left a crater on the ground. Naruto teleported to where he hit the Titan and inspected a grand weakness, an unprotected gap in its armor that allowed the Grim to move his neck. He took out one out of the 9 bloody fangs and was about to stab the back of the neck when the Grim stood up in haste and shook its intruding passenger off itself. The blonde's suspicions were correct, but now it seems the Grim is aware of its weakness and will protect it at any cost. Naruto sighed. Well, time for good old-fashioned fisticuffs. The Titan aimed at Naruto, who dodged the attack barely and jumped onto the Grim's arm. Makoto channeled her chakra to her shoulders. She was using an original technique she created during her time here. Azura mode. The technique was announced, and 4 smaller chakra arms situated themselves at Makoto's shoulder blades. She jumped up and landed on the arm that was about to swipe Naruto off the other arm. She looked to her boyfriend and saw a glint in his eyes. She understood it and jumped at the same time. They jumped in sync to punch the Grim in sync. The 2 powerful blows left shockwaves as they continued the combo. Makoto took the left collarbone while Naruto took the other. They proceeded to have a game of Titan head ping-pong. Makoto smashed the Grimm's face with force that could send a person to the top of the atmosphere, but all it did was crack the armor a tiny bit. Naruto did the same, if not stronger because his punch created a larger crack. Naruto jumped to meet the front of the Grimm's face to smack it away. It was sent back a kilometer away and landed on its back. Makoto landed next to him. "Oh, nice technique you got there, Mako-chan." "Why, thank you. Got something that'll pin it down for a while?" he asked seriously while the Titan furiously got up and ran towards the chatting duo. Makoto laughed. "Of course I do. But first, let me have my fun." "Sure. I need to get another weapon out anyway." Naruto crouched down and searched for that certain weapon that helped in destroying that thing's armor. She positioned herself in front of her boyfriend and yelled, "Azura Gatling." True to the name, she punched with her chakra arms rapidly and at the exact rate a Gatling gun would fire off. Makoto battered the Titan's body with her punches, which left cracks and chips off its armor. "Now!" Makoto sent her arms to the shoulders and legs of the Grimm and forcefully stopped its movement. "Hurry up. I can't hold it long." Naruto jumped to the Titan's chest, where his bullet failed to penetrate. He brought out his new weapon, a giant jackhammer being held like a Gatling gun on his right hand. He aimed it perfectly at the tiny trench, and there was a circular part that moved near the chest. It held 3 legs separated equally. The legs attached to the armor via seals. With it in place, the nail reared back to hammer itself on the armor with the exact force as its creator's punch. The Titan was forced to stumble, but it kept itself standing. Naruto placed a sieve on his hips and made it fire off his chakra to keep Naruto airborne. He put maximum output on the boosters as he too increased the power of the hammering force of the nail. He was satisfied when the nail is halfway hidden by the armor. He shifted its form, the nail now a drill and his arm inside the unit with a hollow space just beneath the drill. This space is the place where Naruto uses his chakra to spin the drill. "All right, time to end you." Naruto willed his chakra to spin wildly and form a Nova Rasengan, a fiery version of the planetary Rasengan. The drill spins as fast as the Rasengan that fuels the spinning force of the drill, and it quickly punctures through the armor. Without any resistance left, Naruto released the legs and propelled himself deeper into the Grimm. When the drill is embedded into the Grimm, he retracted it, leaving the raw Rasengan open to burnable flesh. Burn into a furious inferno. The Rasengan expanded and out the back. A vortex of flames erupted, disregarding the armor. The blonde jumped off the burning husk of the Titan and withdrew his weapon named Tombajiri or Dragonfly Cutter. "What a crazy job this is," Naruto commented out loud. He didn't care if others heard. "Seriously, what would lead to a breach of this magnitude while I'm heading here to do a job? It's like I'm a magnet for trouble, both normal and grim trouble." He wondered for a long time before, screw it. If they come, I'll beat the life out of them. It was seconds later when the cavalry arrived to help. It was hilarious to see the confused looks of the reinforcements when they saw no Grimm left to slaughter. Topaz was the one to call out on their incompetence by saying, "Nice of you, guys, to show up after we did all the fighting. Thanks for giving us some reassuring help." Twilight didn't say anything. She fully agreed with her partner about their incompetence. Rong and Loki held intense glares that many of their colleagues feared. "You should be ashamed of yourselves. You almost left this city unguarded because you did not answer quickly." He walked away, and so did the others except Naruto, who gathered the leftover armor of the Titan and stuffed it in his bag. "Score. I could make some durable weapons with these." Hours later, it's nighttime and Naruto and Ran just finished dinner with his family along with Nora's and the rest of Team RLTT. The 2 teens are on the rooftops and having a conversation together. "So you're the one who contacted me. Nice to meet you, Ren. I appreciate this. I really do. I would have never found Makoto without your help." He bowed to the raven-haired young man. "It's nothing really. I was happy to do this. Nora and I wanted you two to see each other again despite us not knowing you." "Does Makoto know you guys did this?" Ren shook his head. "No, but Nora is easing the information down her throat. And by easing you mean retell your story in a faster way and distracting herself." Exactly. Both boys laughed, but it soon died down. What now? Do you want Makoto to come with you? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's Makoto's choice, really. I can't deprive her of friends now, can I? That'd make me a terrible boyfriend. Naruto sighed and stared at the sparkling stars held inside the onyx sky. If she does stay, we can meet again in Beacon. Are you satisfied by that? Yup. Besides, I have all night to catch up with her. I'll waste tonight to just speak with her and listen to her voice. Ren let the calm silence wash over them. She's changed, you know. Huh. She completely trusts you guys. She had a tiny bit of hate aimed towards humans before. I was her moral compass. Naruto explained. She has only a couple of human friends before from the other world. She did tell you the truth of our existence, right? She did. You're not of this world or dimension, and you and your friends are supposed to be older. Anyways, for her to be trusting not only to friends but her friends' families is a feat I might admit that I can't achieve on my own. Naruto answered, and silence resumed to take over. I think I'll go have that bonding time with Makoto now. Good night, Ran. Good night. And so the couple wasted the night telling their stories and experiences to each other. A phone call interrupted their happy conversation. Naruto picked it up. It was work-related, seeing as he was called on his work phone. Hello, Naruto Odd Jobs. This is Naruto speaking. What's your job? Naruto and I. The voice, a girl asked. Naruto recognized the voice and the way she addressed him. Noel-chan? No way. Noel? Noel, is that you? Makoto? You're with Naruto and I right now? Yeah. That's great. I called because I found your work number, Naruto and I. I can see that. So why'd you call other than the fact you found my number? I missed you, Noel said sadly. The couple could hear her loneliness in her voice. Naruto would reassure Noel. Don't worry. Makoto and I will go to where you are. What's your address? Well, it's... The night seemed even livelier as another friend was found. Omake, Titan's demise by a drill. Naruto pulled out a giant jackhammer to smite the Titan. Topaz was shocked. You're going to beat a Titan with a giant power tool? You're crazy. The fox grew a tick mark on his head. He hated it when someone doesn't trust his abilities, or in this case his weapons, an extension of his abilities. He retracted the nail, leaving Naruto's palm open. He yelled, "Who the hell do you think I am? I'm Naruto Namikaze, a hunter in training with more weapons than a whole army. I'm not letting you insult my crafted weapons like they'll break." He created a Raisin Shuriken. It spun rapidly as its blades arced up into a single point, resembling a drill, a giant blue drill that keeps on increasing in size and rotation speed. I'll show you my strength. He pointed the drill at the Titan as the drill's size enlarged itself even more. Giga, Naruto said, demonically. Dryariathile. The drill spun even faster as he summoned Deceive and placed themselves on his hips and fire off maximum thrust. Bree-yak. The fox was no more, just a speeding drill headed for the Titan, which didn't even get to block the attack. The drill pierced through the Titan and it exploded for no reason whatsoever. Naruto landed with his gigantic drill still whirring. He stared at Topaz with mild malice in his eyes. The cheetah Faunus cringed at the glare he was receiving. He tried to get help from his partner, Twilight, but she was focused on reading a book. One can never retrieve her once she's reading a book. Topaz internally sobbed as he noticed the drill aimed at him. What? Hey, let's be calm about this and ta-chach. And so concludes another chapter. Next is Noel's Path. I hope you enjoyed this chapter and follow/favorite and review if you please. Salmon 21. I hope you find my explanation adequate. If not, I'm sorry I can't explain it any better than that. Prelude to Despair. Hey guys. This chapter is very short, but this is a needed chapter. This is plot after all. This chapter, while short, it will introduce a section of future conflict for the plot. I hope you enjoy. I've a little poll for you to do. It's a mystery poll for a grim Naruto, and his team will fight in the initiation. So choose. Mystery Option 1. Mystery Option 2. Mystery Option 3. Disclaimer. First chapter, Chapter 4. Prelude to Despair. My, this won't do at all, said a man wearing a black fedora. This man was Hazama, or otherwise known as Yuki Terumi, a man who was a member of the Six Heroes. He was a man that was considered a hero, but in reality, a villain. This really won't work when you've ruined everything, you damn fox. Terumi's plans regarding Noelle Vermillion have now ceased now that she's not in this world. She just had to follow that fox down the dimensional rabbit hole. He could care less about Rags, the Major, or his subordinate, Makoto Nanaya. The main point is that without Noelle, he can't eliminate the master unit Amaterasu and using Noelle as the spear or sword to destroy it. Noelle Vermillion, codename, Prime Field Device Number 12, Mu, or Kusanagi, the Godslayer sword. That was meaningless with her gone and alive in another world. How can a doll be given so much personality? Oh right, she's the true successor of the Azure, and for that reason, she's the only one who can get close enough to destroy Amaterasu. Damn it all to hell. Terumi swiped the pile of documents on his table in order to vent his anger. What's wrong, Snake? Your plan's not working for you? Said a disembodied female voice. Rabbit, you are the reason this even happened. You intervened, observer. You shouldn't have done that. Terumi was beyond mad. He's infuriated at the rabbit. I finally had a way to get rid of that damn fox, but you had to get rid of dear little Noelle too. Oh? And here I thought the omnipotent plans of Yuki Terumi always go as planned. Tell me, Snake, how do you fare now that you've faced an interdimensional wall, so to speak? Rachel mocked the ex-hero. How shall you fare in a world that won't have Seether? Should you give chase and follow Noelle down the rabbit hole? Such a thing we'll be worried about in due time, Rabbit. But I'm still pissed off you ruined my plans. Terumi said in restrained anger. You've gotten bolder as these loops pass. If I may say, you've been much more bolder than the original Rachel of the original and destroyed world. Perhaps, but I do not regret that one bit even though our memories merged with this world's Rachel and Terumi. The same can be said for Mr. Hero, Jubii, and the rest of the remaining heroes. Rachel said condescendingly. Even you must admit what you had done was foolish, Terumi. Yeah, I fucked up. What of it? That's why I was making precautions so it won't happen like last time. Then that fox screws up everything by bringing my sword with him. Rachel sighed deeply. It's always Naruto's fault his plans go down to, pardon the language, shit. Rachel was always irritated about that every time she saw Terumi complaining about a change of plans due to the fox. Having enough, she turned and said, You are a sad, strange little man, but you have my pity. Farewell, Terumi. Rachel was engulfed by a portal, which its destination was home. Rachel, a condescending woman of the Alucard family. A woman who takes the form of a child in black gothic Lolita clothes filled with white ruffles and laces dares to pity Yuki Terumi. Unacceptable. Phantom. Terumi called. A purple entity, that resembling of a mage, emerged from nowhere. Follow the rabbit, and when the time comes, restrain her. The purple entity bowed and dispersed into thin air. You're of right mind, Hazama? Relius asked. He was a cloaked man whose color scheme consisted of regal violet. Upon his face, a golden half-mask, a visor in other words. Indeed, Relius. I'm just figuring out my next move now that number 12 has been taken from us. I've heard. Another world. What a spectacle to experience. But we cannot fight without Seether. How do you propose we do this? I've one answer. Terumi answered cryptically. Curious, Relius asked. What is this plan of yours? You shall make a new set of puppets, ones that will give us knowledge of that fox's power, and that knowledge shall be implemented on us. And who shall I turn to? Terumi sneered before laughing evilly. He stared at his ally and said, Why, the damnable fox's family, of course. Relius was taken aback. Hazama was never forward with plans. He always went the roundabout about these things. Has Naruto's existence pushed Hazama too much that it's led him to a narrow way of thinking? The mad puppeteer didn't know what to think about his colleague. However, he shall comply with this plan. Ignis won't be enough once they cross the boundary. Now, shall we give the bad news to the family? Relius nodded and left the room with Terumi following after him. Meanwhile, at the cauldron beneath Kagutsuchi, a man in white armor resembling that of a samurai stood at the edge of its chasm. His arms were crossed in a disapproving manner. This man is Hakumen, a man bearing the title as leader of the 6 heroes. As he stared on into the chasm, he said to himself, "You play a dangerous game, Terumi, but I will not allow you to bring harm to his family." His declaration wasn't kept to himself as he heard static inside his head. "Grimalkin, contact Jubii. Tell him to protect the vampire. I fear Terumi has started to move and is heading to the hidden villages. You plan on stopping him, Hakumen?" "What kind of question is that, Grimalkin? Of course I plan on doing that. I am the White Void. I am the cold steel. I am the just sword. With blade in hand, I shall reap the sins of this world and cleanse it in the fires of destruction. I am Hakumen, and it is time to return and show I exist once more." Yeah, short, but it gives an intro to the conflict, for Naruto that is. Tell me your gripes, complaints, comments, and I shall try to alleviate some worries. And I shall make a poll for the mystery options. By Chapter 7, the poll will close. And I will show what the mystery grim is. Azure signing off. Noel, hello to yet another installment of my fanfiction. We now go to another path, and I'm sure you've already guessed which path we're going to. So let's start the chapter. Isk? Yes, Ragna will be using the BlazBlue, but only for emergencies. And even then, it'd be a risk. If you've read my original BlazBlue crossover with Naruto, you'll see the future ramifications of activating the BlazBlue. And still waiting for votes on the poll. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right or not, or no one cares, but I seriously need help on what grim Naruto and friends will be fighting. Do you need an extra hint? 'Cause if you do, then Mystery Option 1 is basically a Final Fantasy summon. Mystery Option 2 is from Monster Hunter. Mystery Option 3 is original. Does that help? Because I have 3 scenarios, and all developed in my head, but I can't choose which one to use. I'll edit the poll to add these details. Disclaimer. First chapter. Chapter 5. Branching Path. Noel. Noel felt really happy finding out how to contact Naruto. Sure, she actually didn't find it on her own, but hey, she found it. Velvet's mother was the one who actually found the way to contact Naruto. Ironic thing was that she once was a customer who wanted a package sent quickly. She was quite pleased when she heard from her husband that the package she sent was received later that day. Even more ironic was the fact that had Naruto stayed a few more minutes, Noel and Velvet would have returned from the academy. So, was it really him? Asked Marin Scarlatina. Noel gleefully nodded. It really was. You know, Noel, I remembered you being a scatterbrain when you first woke up. The blonde ex-lieutenant chuckled nervously as she remembered the time she experienced her first day in Remnant. It was a typical Noel day. Screaming, confusion, etc. Now it seems you're more focused now. When Noel woke up that day, she saw herself in an unfamiliar bed and room. It was a girl's room. Noel suspected so because the walls were littered in varying colored bunnies and carrots like Makoto did for decorations in her room. She escaped from the soft bed and looked at herself in the mirror. Her outfit had been changed to a white, collared shirt that shows her abdomen, with a red tie, a black belt with a golden buckle, which tied a blue skirt with gold trims. She still had the same black stockings and boots. She inspected the room more until she found a very familiar blue hat with her uniform just underneath it. She was glad her belongings were still there as she smiled to herself. Her happiness couldn't be contained, and she felt a tail wag in a serpentine motion. Noelle snaps her head violently to the mirror once again and notices the pair of yellow cat ears and tail that shouldn't be there a moment ago. Yuaea, what happened? She yelled out loud. Why did she become a beastkin all of a sudden? She wrapped her hands onto her head to materialize plausible ideas, but many, if not all, were so ridiculous and impossible. But she forgot something amidst the confusion. Balverk, her guns, her partners. Where could they be? With that thought in mind, Noelle frantically searches for her large, white pistols. She wasn't very quiet as she did that. Her footsteps rumbled throughout the house as she searched for Balverk. Ah, Balverk, where are you? The green-eyed blonde beastkin, or faunus, take your pick, rummaged underneath the bed, thoroughly searched the cabinets, and investigated the drawers. Her search ended inconclusively. Guh, Balverk. She was about to sob until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Oh my. Why are you crying, young lady? It was a buxom woman with brown hair and brown rabbit ears. She's wearing a white apron over her dress. She must have been cooking before she went to see what's wrong. What has gotten you upset? And my guns, where are they? Where are my partners? She sobbed out to the bunny woman. Noelle grabbed the woman's shoulders and shook the woman to make her feel her anxiety. Your guns? They're being polished and under maintenance, and are with my daughter at the moment. The bunny woman replied nonchalantly. I was wondering when you'd wake up. You looked like you fell from the sky with the amount of bruises you had. The woman inspected Noelle as she said that. Now that I look at you, what happened to those bruises? I'm a fast healer, I guess. The bunny lady seemed content with the answer and said, It seems you fit into those clothes well. Follow me. It's time for breakfast. She left the room and headed downstairs. Noelle promptly followed the woman to the dining room, where the woman's daughter, or what Noelle suspected was the woman's daughter, who was polishing bulwark with a white cloth. There were tools all over the table too. So it seemed that the daughter had reversed engineered bulwark to see the insides, if the tools were any indication. Bulwark. Noelle shrieked in horror of thinking at the possible destruction of bulwark's insides. The girl immediately stopped her maintenance to see the source of the sound. She was a bunny girl as well, the same shade of brown as her mother's. Hands off the guns, Noelle ordered in her officer voice. The girl did not hesitate to leave the table and cowered behind her mother. She's scary, the girl said to her mother in a whispered voice. She's just trying to familiarize herself. She was knocked out, right? Oh, bulwark, are you all right? Let's see if you still work. Noelle promptly left the house, albeit with difficulty finding the door. She went outside to see the forest edge and the cityscape just barely above the trees. Wow, this place is beautiful. Where am I? You're in Mistral, young lady. Mistral? I've never heard of such a place. Never? The woman asked in disbelief. Never. Noelle confirmed. Did you lose your memory? No. I'm pretty sure I've never heard of Mistral. What about your name? My name is Marin, while the girl behind me, my daughter, is Velvet. I'm Noelle Vermillion, an officer of the NOL, and I'm sure myself that there's no such thing as the NOL. What? But it's a world organization and dash. Noelle's panicked state ends when she remembered what she did hours or days ago. She jumped into the cauldron and went through the boundary, the dimensional border. If she went through it, then she concluded that this was another dimension. Uewa. So that's the reason? She yelled to herself. That's the reason I'm a beastkin? That's also the reason I'm 12 again? Noelle, what are you going on about? What's a beastkin? What you are. I wasn't like this before. I was human, from a different dimension. I am so lost. What am I gonna do? I can't find Naruto and I like this. The others are gone too. I miss everyone. Noelle's cries for her friends reached out to the women, but that itself didn't make them move for quite some time. They were dazed, confused, bewildered, etc. Velvet was ready to call Noelle's statement outright blasphemy, but Marin thought of the plausibility, however slim, of interdimensional travel. Noelle talked more about her world and her experiences with her friends, and the more she retold her experiences, the two rabbit fauna in front of her slowly acknowledged that Noelle's stories aren't fabricated illusions created by her mind. It also helps she has a picture of her during the academy in her wallet. And money is another piece of irrefutable evidence too, since they don't have yen here. The two rabbit fauna looked over her picture, where she was definitely older than she is now. The fact she lacked cat ears and a tail also was true, and showed she was human before. What do I do? What do I do? Noelle chanted the words like a mantra as she walked back and forth on one path. I've no way to contact them, I've no way to know if they're okay, and I've no way to search for them. She kept getting frustrated and depressed as she said her restrictions in finding her friends. She kept going on like this, ignoring the calls of the other two ladies. Noelle, Noelle. They'd cry out, but she was stuck in a depressed trance only she could release herself from. Splash, or a frigid cold bucket of water could do the trick. Get a hold of yourself, Noelle, yelled Velvet, who surprisingly has a limit on being shy if she yelled at a stranger. These friends of yours, Obviously, they'd be in this world if you landed here, right? So have no fear, you'll see each other sooner or later. Her confident words got through to the cat. I guess you're right. It'll be a waiting game then. Knowing Naruto and he's bound to get in trouble or cause trouble. He's on the news. Is he a criminal? Velvet asked with a brave face on. No, no. He, my friend, is the self-proclaimed prank king of my world, and he hasn't been caught yet in any of his pranks. He left evidence behind, but none concrete enough to pin him with it. Velvet stepped back at the eccentricity and inconsistency of Noelle's mood swings. Well, her mom did say she's trying to cope with the new surroundings. It just might mean that this is how she copes. Scatterbrained of the highest degree. Now then, let's see if you still work, Balverk. Noelle said to herself as she poured seether to her guns. Let's see a good old-fashioned bang. She aimed and pulled the trigger, but nothing shot out. No seether? How's that? Oh wait, I'm in another dimension. There's no way they have seether here. Pouring chakra into the guns, Noelle pulled the trigger again, and a sphere bearing her sigil appeared on a tree before it exploded louder than a dynamite and took the tree with it and snapping it in half and making it collapse to the ground. Velvet gaped at the unconventional attack, while her mother stared indifferently. The damage was something an alpha Beowulf or a regular Borbatusk could do if it hit a tree directly. Wow, you work even better now. Thanks a lot, Velvet. Noelle thanked the girl, who still gaped at the sight and ignored Noelle's thanks. I made it stronger? Lord Monty, what did I do? Velvet thought in horror at the destruction Noelle might cause because of her tinkering. How about you help me with my other guns? Others? My goodness, why? I was only curious. Now it seems I've become a miniature gunsmith. Velvet blanched at the idea of reverse engineering her unknown amount of guns. It took an hour to dismantle Balverk, and it would only get larger from there too, and the larger the gun, the larger the damage. No, I didn't mean to tinker with your guns, and I didn't mean to make them stronger. Whatever I did was out of pure curiosity. I'm not an expert gunsmith, I'm just a huntress in training. Velvet rapidly fired excuses to the cat Faunus. She seemed to take it well. Well, why didn't you say so? I guess I'll have to tinker with my own partners some more on my own. I just need to figure out how to increase the output for my shot like you did, Velvet. Noelle thought for a moment until she found a way. Is there a smith shop nearby? I don't see why not, but first, breakfast is in order. Marin said to the girl. Breakfast was simple and delicious. It was a sunny-side-up egg on each plate, along with waffles and pancakes dipped in maple syrup and 3 strips of bacon. For drinks, it was orange juice or milk, but everyone chose the former. The 3 ladies ate the delicious breakfast with gusto and left the plate as clean as the stainless steel sink. When they were done, Noelle grabbed her hat and left with the 2 rabbit fauna to get to a smithy. The smithy was at the center, or close enough, of the town. It bordered the town hall, and it was quite sturdy as its walls were practically steel walls colored in a hazard tape color scheme. This was Spiral Ironworks, where 3 or 4, if you count the pet employees who were the best smiths of the town. Actually, only one of the employees is the actual smith. One is a miner/digger of ores, and the last one is the refiner of the ore to make it usable to craft whatever a customer desires. Respectively, their names are Yoko Littner, Simon Quartz, and his surrogate older brother, Kamina Ali. And the pet, a pigmole, a hybrid of the 2 animals, is named Buddha. Together, they run the successful smith business of Spiral Ironworks. The 3 fauna entered the burning hot shop and saw Yoko, a buxom red-haired woman with a ponytail, eating pizza. She was quite attractive and also lacked the modesty of a woman because she wore a bikini top rather than a normal top. As for the bottom, she wore denim shorts that only seemed to function as substitute panties for her. Noelle whimpered at the sight of the sex bomb of a woman. She took a long, but subtle glance at her chest. Her confidence shot down like that time she met Miss Lychee, the buxom doctor of a clinic in Kagutsuchi. But now's not the time for that, Noelle thought. Yoko noticed the customers and promptly finished her cheesy delight before greeting them. After that, she wiped her face and hands to remove any remaining trace of cheese and pepperoni on her being. Hi, Miss Scarlatina, Velvet. How are you 2 doing? Yoko greeted. Do you have an order? Marin answered, I do, but for the young lady next to me. Hmm. Yoko turned to stare at the stranger. She eyed her, inspected her build, and tried to fit the face to a name. Her efforts were futile. She gave a visible slump. So who might you be, kitty? She smiled at her unoriginal nickname. Hi. I'm Noelle Vermillion. Nice to meet you, Miss Lit Dash. Call me Yoko. I'm 20, not 46. Yoko said in gruffly. You've need of my expertise? Why, yes. I want you to help me improve my guns. Guns? I can do that. How many guns do you have that need to be overhauled? Yoko asked. Do you have some space where I can show them? If you mean a basement, then yeah. Sure, let's go there. Buddha. Yoko called out to the pig mole, which jumped on the counter to greet the red-haired beauty. Keep an eye out for my pizza and for any customers, Kay? The animal arched his back and gave a grunt of agreement. That's a good Buddha. Simon should be back soon, so wait a while. If Kamina comes, then just ignore him and watch out for the pizza. Buddha happily grunted again and sat there on the counter waiting for Simon, or Kamina, or a customer. When the four ladies reached the basement, they stared at a gymnasium-sized basement, full of shoeing ranges, scrap metal, and a dust net cafe. The basement was filled with people testing their aim, or trying to be a level 75 necromancer or something. But this place wasn't their destination. It was something slightly smaller and more private. The room beneath had a shooting range as well, but this had more space to showcase Noelle's weaponry. So, this is the place. Show all the guns you want me to tinker, kitty. All of them? Noelle asked in slight horror. Yoko nodded vigorously and placed her hands on her curvaceous hips. Yup, all of them. Oh, okay. Noelle stammered. She removed her white gloves and revealed two tattoos in kanji, bearing the character for seal, or to be linguistically correct, fuin. These two seals glowed gold, and with it, the summoning of not one, not two, but a torrential flood of projectile weaponry that would make a mercenary jealous. There were pistols, snipers, assault rifles, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, food launchers, SMGs, LMGs, and even a drone system. Just what is the girl packing? Is that everything? Yoko asked, fearing for her life at what may be the most destructive girl she has seen in her life so far. I Thinua. The final weapon emerged from her hands, and it was a minigun Finrer. Yoko looked absolutely terrified. So much more terrified than Velvet reacted when she found out there was more Noelle had on her. Speaking of Velvet, she fainted as soon as she saw a rocket launcher in the pile. Roughly 5 seconds after Noelle started releasing all her weaponry, Marin let out a silent gasp and covered her mouth at the uncountable number of guns Noelle has on her being. What kind of glyph is that? I've never heard of a glyph that stores objects, Yoko said in her horrified expression. No, you're mistaken, Yoko. This isn't a glyph, this is a seal. A friend of mine made it so I can keep my forged weapons in my hands, literally. Noelle started off strong and confident in her words, then flop. It went silent. What am I dealing with here? Yoko asked professionally. Well, aside from the grenade launchers, rocket launchers, drone system, the sentries, I want you help me increase the output of my guns. Increase the output? Yoko repeated, confused by Noelle's words. My guns run on my energy. Noelle answered. Yoko, Noelle has a lot of aura, and I mean a lot of it. Marin told the buxom Smith. The best part is she can control it to the point where it doesn't leave a dent in her reserves and doesn't physically weaken her every time she uses it. Yoko was slightly shocked. A large amount of aura that isn't dented when used for a long time is a feat in itself. When Velvet reverse-engineered Noelle's main guns, the output that came was significantly stronger than before Velvet's meddling. How much stronger? It split a tree and left it as a stump. Way to go, Velvet. Yoko cheered. I knew spending time with me helped in making your influence in my type of work. She hugged the little bunny fauness and smothered her in her womanly features. Noelle saw that and felt insecure about her. Washboard chest. She unconsciously groped her lacking womanly features and had a depressed mood on her. So show me how you work your guns. Yoko said to the catgirl. All of them? All of them. Yoko walked to a section of a wall and pushed it. A rectangle piece of the wall was pushed back and the firing range opened up to show an arena of targets. It was like a city in itself, but full of target circles, dummies, etc. I am not going to ask how you managed to get this. I'll just shoot now. Meanwhile, up top, a boy covered in dirt held a large sack of ores. He has dark blue hair, which holds a red goggle with yellow lenses, and also wears a brown cloak over his body. Underneath, he wears a blue jacket with red stripes on the sleeves, bandages on his abdomen, and khaki heavy-duty pants. Due to his work, he also wears boots meant to prevent mud from entering his socks. This young man with the height of 5 feet and 6 inches is Simon Quartz, the digger and collector of ore of Spiral Ironworks. I'm back. Yoko, was business good today? Simon called out to the empty counter. But boo. Bunta grunted to Simon before climbing onto his cloak. Oh, Bunta, where's Yoko? Bunta pointed to the basement. Okay, so I guess there's a customer then. Huh? The little animal with a star pattern on his, but nodded vigorously. Shall we go see what's going on? He didn't wait for an answer and headed for the basement, but not without getting a slice of pizza and a can of soda. He opened the can to take a sip when the floor shook wildly. When it subsided, the teen ran to the lowest level to see what happened. What he saw when he opened that door shocked him. A Hunteresss with an armory of guns shot the targets with supreme accuracy and damage that could annihilate any Grim or human. He watched another salvo of rockets reach the bunker portion of the arena and saw it broken in an instant. That portion was supposed to simulate a heavily armored type of Grim, but whatever those missiles had in it was sure to be devastating in any situation. The Hunteresss was done and dropped her rocket launcher. She turned to Yoko and laughed nervously. So, will you help me improve them? Noelle asked innocently. Are you kidding me? You are so gonna get an upgrade on those. You my little kitty are going to atomize Grim. Yoko's enthusiastic decree paralyzed Simon. Why'd she help her? She already has the firepower to do that. Hey, Simon, how are you doing today? Marin asked. The boy, released from his shock, turned to the woman and bowed. I'm not sure how I'm doing. Why? I'm afraid for my life, ma'am. Simon turned to the two women who were by the armory pile of guns. I think I see your problem, Yoko said, while she analyzed a pistol by dismantling it. How about you stay the night or two? You'd be surprised how a professional can improve your guns compared to an amateur. It was through this meeting that Noelle's forging skills, while unknown to everyone except Naruto, was improved and honed down to science. Her guns were upgraded to its utmost capabilities, and they are without any development flaw to them. Then she met Kamina, whose eccentricity was just as, if not more potent than her older brother figure. He commented on Noelle's lack of femininity, and he paid the price for it by inciting her wrath and a shot near his manhood. It's through that meeting that she also met many of the huntsmen and huntresses of the nearby Grim Hunting Academy, FOSS. Upon applying, she showed her superior marksmanship and close combat capabilities with her guns that she was given top instruction from the Academy's greatest marksman within the staff. The man was very distinguishable by his green hooded jacket and arrow holster full of deadly arrows of various functions. Though his extreme accuracy and precision is his true ability, Noelle's instructor, Robin Hood Jade, was very adamant about her accuracy, but lenient on her close combat prowess and personality. Why should he care about how she acts when all she needs to do is shoot and land a hit? Sure, that sounds irresponsible, but that's the fun with having teammates. They help one another. With Robin as her teacher, Noelle easily reached a high-ranked status within the school's student body. She, along with Pira Nikos, a red-haired teen of her age learning in another academy, were one of the most famous huntresses of their generation. Noelle's reason is due to her marksmanship and mastery over a multitude of projectile weapons. Pira's reason is that she's a tournament champion multiple times. Due to Noelle's rising popularity, Spiral Ironworks gained more employees. A father and daughter duo named Genome and Nia Teplin run the orders for Yoko, but if needed, Genome helps with them with hammering malleable, hot steel for swords and tempering them, and Nia helps create designs for weapons. Viral, a blonde, Gorilla Faunus did durability testing. Kitan and the Black siblings worked on beveling, sharpening, and polishing weapons. Many more soon arrived, and were employed happily by the original three. They've unofficially called themselves Team Gurren, named after a machine Simon's ancestors built, which was a mech. Present time, Marin patted the blonde faunus on the back. Her glee was represented in words as she said, "Now you've become one of Mistral's stars, Noelle. It's still amazing how easily you get nervous, though." Noelle nervously chuckled as her clumsiness was still there, as well as her cooking, assassination, skills. I wish they'd get here soon enough. Noelle sighed as she daydreamed about her friend's arrival. When's Velvet coming back? They'll get here eventually, and Velvet will be here anytime soon. Her training just ended minutes ago. Marin replied, "Just be patient, why don't you?" "All right." The young faunus groaned and went to the living room to watch the news. In other news, the Eastern Kingdom experienced a breach in their defenses. It's been quite a long time since the last breach recorded 10 years ago. The area near the breach was evacuated almost immediately, and there were no eyewitness accounts of what happened. There is a dust plane video feed, but it lacks the actual start of the breach. Noelle watched the video and saw the towering forms of 4 golems and 1 titan. The cameraman panned his camera around to look for other huntsmen and huntresses when one ignited a red flare into the sky. None came so far. They were busy destroying leftover Grimm who passed the initial defense team, who consisted of an Easterner, a hyperactive girl, Makoto, and Naruto, along with a professional team of hunters. They fought the Grimm with rampant coordination and destructive power. Needless to say, the Grimms were decimated, and only then did other hunters come to help. The Eastern Kingdom's government was embarrassed at the late response of other teams to contain the breach. Apparently, they were going to improve on responding to protocol for such things. The response time was less than satisfactory to the government, and this would be improved by creating drills for breach events. Though Noelle didn't care about that. She cared that her friends were still strong, and it showed when they were on par with the Titan. Seeing that, Noelle turned off the TV and told the lady of the house that she'd go the Spiral Ironworks to perfect her aim some more. "Okay, but don't stay out too late." "I won't," Noelle answered before quickly leaving the house with her guns holstered on her back. With Naruto and Makoto, "Do you even have flight clearance for this?" Makoto asked as Naruto booted up the engine of his plane. "Where'd he even get a plane?" "He made it. The engine, the system, the whole thing was made entirely by him and shadow clones, with help from actual references of engines, fuselage, aerodynamic frames for his plane, and professional help from actual engineers. He even programmed a flight simulator for his plane, with a little help from his hacker and computer friends at Signal. He hated to admit it, but reading out of pure boredom with assistance of never forgetting what you read is quite handy for a jack-of-all-trades guy like Naruto. And to be safe, he had a piloting license, so no worries there, right? The plane itself was very aerodynamic and quite large, as well as deadly. Thankfully enough, those are unarmed and are stowed inside the fuselage of the plane. The plane is a twin-engine carrier fighter using a delta wing configuration, which gives it a distinctive kite shape with outer-canted twin tails. It uses canards to enhance its mobility, providing it with an aggressive front profile. The wingtips use protruding leading-edge extensions, while the wings themselves use wide slats and can be folded for aircraft carrier use. A radar is mounted inside the rear tail boom. Flight N2200, you're cleared for takeoff. "Safe flying, young man," said a man from the air control tower. "Thanks, sir." Flight N2200, taking off. Naruto increased the throttle of his plane, and the twin engines release a powerful torrent of blue flames that propel the streamlined fighter jet forward. Makoto sat in her seat, fearing for her life. She hasn't seen her boyfriend flying a plane before. Of course she'd be scared. When the plane gained enough speed, Naruto pulled back the joystick and the plane lurched upward, sending it to the big, blue, open sky. Flight N2200, altitude restrictions canceled. Continue with your flight. That wasn't so bad, was it? Naruto asked the terrified squirrel behind him. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. The fox pilot spun his plane a full 360 degrees, effectively scaring his girlfriend. He laughed loudly as the terrified screams of his tiny prank were working. Payback was given. He couldn't do a full-fledged prank on her, but freaking her out is enough. He'd slightly forgiven her for that prank she did in Kagetsu. Hee, calm down, Mako-chan. Calm down? You spun this thing repeatedly, and you tell me to calm down? Well, she had a point. Naruto silently agreed. Unbeknownst to the two fauna, the air traffic control could still hear them. An hour and a half later, the two landed safely, though Makoto is still miffed about Naruto scaring her. After all their teenage car crashes, she didn't need to experience teenage plane crashes. Begs the question about how Naruto even got the license. Oh wait, chakra and transformation jutsu, quite useful for forging identities. So now what? Makoto asked her boyfriend, who was looking at a map of cities in the kingdom of Mistral. Tracing his fingers along the map, only showing the landmass of Mistral, Naruto left his finger on the westmost city of "We drive to Olympia," he said as he took out his stowage seal and released his armed motorcycle, Karyudo. Voice recognition, Naruto. Deactivate weapons. The machine gun on the front of the motorcycle retracted into a rectangular covering for the engine, while the missile ports went and melded with the shape of the motorcycle. There's a seal on the seat. Supposed to have a helmet in there. Makoto did so and retrieved an orange biker helmet and put it on before riding as a passenger. With Noelle, wow Noelle, you've gotten a new personal best with Forsetti, Simon said happily. Her previous best was 730 points. Now, it was 1570. The sudden spike in improvement was due to a change of targets. The human silhouette targets didn't have a better score on the head compared to a heart shot. Taking into consideration, a head is harder to aim and shoot at and instantly kills if it hits. Granted, a person can still die from getting shot in the heart, but there's still the chance, however small, the person can be alive. So a headshot is worth 100 points, a shot to the heart or chest is worth 75, and everywhere else is 25 points. Thanks, Simon. I appreciate the encouragement. Automatic sniper rifles are still a bit tricky for me to handle. I expect to shoot 1 bullet a second, not 3 or 4 under one. It seems your instructor has rubbed off on you then. You're always trying to perfect your aim. Simon commented absent-mindedly. It's not like you'll be killing people. Noelle chuckled. That is true. But with a teacher like that, there's bound to be a test against your master type of thing. And there's that too. Simon added. Take care, Noelle. Will do, Simon. Bye. She waved to the digger before heading upstairs, where she bumped into someone on the way. She had red hair in a ponytail and wore bronze/golden Mistral-themed armor. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. The red-haired Amazon said to Noelle. Oh no, don't worry. We're at a corner. We wouldn't find out if someone on the other side. That is true. Anyways, my name is Nikos. What's yours? Noelle stared blankly at her rival in Mistral stardom. At least that's what the media called it. Noelle hardly cared about stardom. Shaking herself from staring, Noelle refocused on the girl before her. Nice to meet you, Miss Nikos. I'm Noelle Vermilion. So you're my rival, huh? Nice to meet you too, Miss Vermilion. What brings you here to our small city of Olympia? Noelle asked the Amazon. I wanted to meet you. She answered. I wanted to see a huntress that rivaled me in skill, and I heard from friends and the media that you are it, yet strangely enough, I have trouble finding a single picture of you. Pyrrha explained to her rival. That is strange. Would you like to continue this conversation at another place? Where? Where I'm staying at. Where else did you think I'd talk about this? The park? Cafe? Library? Pyrrha answered. All good suggestions. Noelle said to the girl. But I'm rather exhausted and I'd like to be at home. So let's go there, okay? Noelle smiled innocently. Meanwhile, Pyrrha felt terrible foreboding of a fangirl or fanboy attack. Noelle grabbed Pyrrha's hand and led her to the Scarlatina home, where one Marin was preparing dinner and Velvet was watching a movie. When Noelle returned with one Pyrrha Nikos, all hell went loose as Velvet uncharacteristically fangirled over the red-haired star of Mistral. Velvet asked various questions in rapid succession whilst moving at speeds unnatural for her, almost as if she was teleporting. The Amazon lightly chuckled as her instincts once again warned her, but she failed to comply to them. As they talked, one-sidedly, Pyrrha saw how endearing the bunny Faunus could be. She answered the girl's questions as best as she could and tried not to pass out from loss of air from rapid answers. Then a knock on the door came and interrupted this engaging conversation. Noelle opened the door to reveal Naruto and Makoto. "Hey, Noelle/Noelle," the two said before getting tackled by the blonde cat. "I missed you guys," Noelle said happily as tears leaked from her eyes. The fauna on the bottom patted Noelle's back in a comforting manner while they repositioned themselves in a seating position. "We did too, Noelle," Makoto said reassuringly. Naruto kept patting Noelle while staring at the ladies inside the house. "Do you mind? We're having a moment here." Said moment lasted 5 minutes, and the reunited friends entered the house. "So you are Naruto. Nice to meet you. I'm Marin, and this is my daughter, Velvet. And this lady here is Nikos," Naruto said monotonously while hiding his fear from this individual. "Namikaze." Pira returned Naruto's greeting with a harsh undertone in her voice. Everyone noticed this, but refused to say anything. Whatever Naruto did, it was his fault. "How've you been, Nikos?" "Well enough, Namikaze. Though it got worse the moment I saw you." "Come on. That was an accident. Do you know what that means?" "Of course I do, but what happened before was not an accident. I respect you as a powerful fighter, but tripping on your tails and landing your face on my chest is not an accident," Pira yelled, with a furious blush on her face. 'Twas an embarrassing moment for the girl, and remembering it made her furious. She remembered how she discovered Naruto's business, and she was curious if he did do odd jobs. She hired him to be a sparring partner for a month. They were doing pretty well, but that event happened in the middle on the month. It was then Pira because cold, calculating, and methodical about fighting the unpredictable sparring partner. Forget Naruto's point of view. He'll die even if he told the truth, which he did. What? Naruto turned to see the fury of his girlfriend materializing into chakra. No. No. Makoto, it was not an accident. Pira yelled over the blonde fox. Sadly, Makoto registered the Amazon's words rather than her boyfriend's, and Naruto was pummeled hard. No. No, Makoto. Stop PLOWWWW. No, not there. No, not the tails. Not the tails. Ahara Wayaha. Makoto, stop it. Noelle yelled, trying to stop Makoto from murdering her boyfriend. Yes, it was indeed hell inside the Scarlatina household. Omake. The event horizon. After their spar, Pira wiped off the sweat she expelled from her body. The Amazon had quite the fight in her hands, and somehow she won against her unpredictable sparring partner. He used various weapons, fighting styles, keeping her on her toes to stay vigilant against her opponent. With Milo and Akuo, her spear and shield, she would either block Naruto's strikes or parry with her spear. How she won, however, shocked and dazed the blonde. At a moment of weakness, Naruto was hit by a flying shield, courtesy of Pira. The impact was heavy as aura coated the shield and made the already sturdy metal ever sturdier than before. It also resulted in major headache and dizziness for the blonde. Good match, Naruto. Why, yeah. Same. Are you okay? Getting up with some difficulty, the blonde answered, Sure. Yeah. He walked to the red-haired girl with baby steps as his vision became slightly disorienting. He didn't notice one of his tails in his way and tripped on it and landed on the girl's chest. In truth, she wanted to catch him before he fell, but his face landed first. The already dazed Faunus was beaten to a pulp for an event he had no control over. Pira was at fault, but when a girl decides to pummel you for being indecent to her, you've nothing much to use to defend your case. As the saying goes, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Poor Naruto. Oh well, that's a wrap for this chapter. One more path to go before heading to Beacon. We'll focus on the White Fang. Yay. Sneak peek. Ragna. Should those two do anything suspicious or goes against our cause, kill them. That is your secret mission. What? Why? We fear that as of late, they may become rogues. And you know what's happened to the ones that left the White Fang, right? Yeah, they died. By my hand. We must stay strong to our cause. We must eliminate those who wish coexistence with the humans. This next mission you'll do will be the opportune moment those two may go rogue. See to it they do their mission correctly, or I fear we lose 2 more good members. Yes, sir. So that's what you'll expect next chapter. So yeah, vote in the poll in my profile, follow, favorite, review. Tell me your comments, complaints, or gripes in this chapter, and I'll try to fix or answer it next chapter. Azure signing off. Ragna, the final path before heading to Beacon. Are you ready? No? Okay. Welp, it's Ragna's turn, and I'm drabbling. Let's go to the story. Right before answering some questions. Hakuryuka 79. Indeed, Spiral Ironworks is Team Daiguren from Gurren Lagann. And you'll see what Ragna is thinking when he said yes to the mission. Isk. Noel will be going on a grim killing spree in maybe chapter 8 or 9. Disclaimer. First chapter. Chapter 6. Branching Path. Ragna. Should those two do anything suspicious or goes against our cause, kill them. That is your secret mission. Ordered one Faunus. He was one of the 3 governing bodies of the White Fang. Ragna's attention spiked as he stared at the Faunus leader that ordered the possible demise of Adam and Blake. What? Why? Lord Caesar, why? You know they are my friends. And we fear that as of late, they, your friends, may become rogues. And you know what's happened to the ones that left the White Fang, right? Said another Faunus of the triplet leaders. Yeah, they died. By my hand. Ragna answered somberly with his eyes gazing at his bloodied hands. But you can't expect me to blindly kill my friends out of an order like that. Lord Caesar, Lord Alexander, Lord Bastian, tell me why I should eliminate them, when they were the ones who introduced me to this life. Ragna's questions fell on deaf ears for a while, until Lord Bastian, the 3rd leader, answered. We must stay strong to our cause. We must eliminate those who wish coexistence with the humans. Humans have deceived us, belittled us, and we shall not accept this heinous crime. They shall pay for their betrayal, and the White Fang is the metaphorical spearhead to lead us into the age of the Faunus. This next mission you'll do will be the opportune moment those two may go rogue. See to it they do their mission correctly, or I fear we lose 2 more good members. Yes, sir. Ragna said while bowing his head to the 3 leaders. He stood from his knelt position and left the office without so much as a creak from the metallic door bearing the red emblem of the White Fang. He has become bolder, no? Asked Bastian to his brothers. Certainly fitting for a dog to bark at his masters. Brother, we're dog fauna too. Or did you forget? Alexander said to the condescending brother of his. But I do agree that he has spoken his mind quite a number of times since he was promoted to lieutenant general. What do you think, Caesar? He'll betray us. Caesar answered impassively. He went to the window, looking at the large training ground being used by various members of the White Fang to hone their skills or learn new ones. We've overstepped our bounds, and as you said, Alexander, we're dogs. We know what he's thinking. After all, we were once like him. Loyal to friends, fierce against our enemies. And that had made us criminals in the eyes of the humans, and at the same time lost our friends, family, and lovers. Bastian finished for his brother. So you expect him to defect? No doubt, Bastian. So do we let them go? Asked Alexander. Or do we send another brave soul to do what Ragna won't? You make the decision. I'm tired of this talk. Caesar said before he left the room like Ragna did minutes ago, without a sound. What's the matter with him all of a sudden? Asked Alexander. Obviously he's thinking about her. Right, we never had this defecting problem until that child spoke out about his beliefs. He's naive about the world. That much I can say. Alexander commented as he stared at a screen that showed Naruto's picture. No matter how much good you do in the world, you will be hated by somebody. He spoke his words like that of a wise old man, but then again, he along with his brothers were forced to mature at a young age to see the evil of the world. Naruto Namikaze, did he not say that he knew Ragna? I believe he did, and Ragna's brother is the Schnee lapdog. Then there's no question. We must eliminate them. Bastian said with no hesitation. If we can eliminate the Schnee bodyguard, we can make the heiress unguarded. Who are you planning to send out? Venus, Jupiter, and Pluto. The peacock, the tiger, and the ferret? Alexander asked in disbelief. You're planning on assassinating them? To bolster morale. If we assassinate Ragna and his friends, the others can only take our word for it and go to hate humans more. After all, only we can say that humans killed the lieutenant general. Right. I'll go call them in. Forever fall. So you got the plan, right? Ragna asked Adam for confirmation. He nodded whilst waiting for any sign of a train passing through. Yeah. Destroy the cargo, eliminate any opposition, and get out. Good. I'll go find Blake. Don't stay in the woods too long. Shut up, perv. I'm just saying. Ragna ignored Adam's words as he walked through the dense forest. The forest was called Forever Fall for the very reason that the forest's leaves were in a perpetual autumnal state. It was quite exotic and perfect for Ragna to hide in, since he's wearing red, but no matter, he had to find Blake right now, not possible hiding spots. They'll defect, Ragna thought. They'll leave as soon as the mission's done. Ragna remembered when he killed those traitors. Ragna let them go while he killed blood clones of the traitors. He wouldn't take the life of those who believed in a cause that violated theirs. To Ragna, they were misguided fauna that saw the light in Naruto's naive yet inspiring words. How could he kill them when they set their own path? Oh, Ragna. The future ex-lieutenant general stopped and refocused his vision on an ebony-clad beauty that is Blake Belladonna. Is the train getting close? Yes, Ragna answered. But before we go, Blake, are you and Adam defecting? Blake stood silently with her face in almost perpetual shock. Tell me, I have suspicions, but I need to know it from the source. Are you and Adam leaving the White Fang? The red-clad Reaper held his breath for an answer he already knew. Blake nodded. Yes, Adam and I are leaving the White Fang. However, we'll leave as soon as the mission is done. A final service to them, answered Blake. So, Lieutenant General Ragna Kisaragi, are you going to eliminate us for our future treasonous action? No. Well, by all means, Key. Wait, did you just say no? Blake asked. Why? Because you and Adam are my friends. Ragna answered simply. I don't hurt any of my friends, and I don't plan on killing any of them. Well, I did for Jean, but he was being crazy. His voice didn't waver. It was full of conviction. Besides, I'm coming too. There's no way I'm siding with people who want me to kill friends. The cat lowered her head, trying to hide a gleeful smile on her face. She raised her head up to say thanks, but interrupted by Adam saying, the train's coming. We have to go now. They rushed to the clearing, where the train zoomed through the valley train tracks. It swerved hills and cliffs as it headed towards the Vale train station. Ragna, Adam, and Blake stood at a cliff top, eyeing the oncoming train. When in reasonable distance, Ragna jumped and slid down near enough to jump to the third car. Ragna's part is to slow the train down and warn civilians. Well, originally it was to kill any witnesses, but they were defecting, so screw that order. Adam and Blake would jump near the seventh to last car and move on forward to reach the objective. They are to find it and retrieve it, but if not possible, destroy them. But once again, they're defecting. They'll retrieve it and keep it as a hidden supply. Ragna leaped to the second car and tore a hole in the car's roof to enter a luxury room full of Schnee guardsmen and long time no see. Brother. Jean greeted his brother with a soft smile on his face, not unlike that one he gave when they met at the Kagetsuchi branch atrium. Jean, been a while, hasn't it? You could say that. However, there are pressing matters to discuss. Like what? Like how good are your friends at fighting, and is there supposed to be a second group of 3? What? Ragna yelled. There's a second group? How about I show you? Jean said while showing a live feed from a security camera from the cars at the far back. There was one colorful female fauness wearing a mostly green gown with red accents and designs. Another was a fierce-looking tiger fauness with an orange karate gi and a black belt tied to his waist. The last one was a skinny-looking fauness with a sly look on his face. He wore a brown trench coat with white seams and khaki cargo pants. Venus, Jupiter, and Pluto. An assassination team meant for us. The tiger doesn't seem like he's for assassination, commented one of the Schnee guardsmen. The tiger is there if the mission goes sour. He's there to just kill. Ragna explained with great simplicity. Many of the guardsmen made an O with their mouths to show their comprehension of what was told. The 3 assassins were getting closer to 2 of their objectives. Ragna needed to get to them quickly before Adam or Blake possibly die. He was about to jump to the roof when he felt a hand on his shoulder. And where do you think you're going? Jean asked. To save my friends, duh. Not without me. You aren't, Jean said to his brother coolly before turning to the guardsman. Sir, we only have 20 minutes before the train reaches the station. 20 is all we need, said Jean. Keep the speed constant. Reconfigure the AK-130s and the spider droid to not attack their current targets. Reconfigure them to attack the assassins, commanded Jean. Ragna and his friends are defecting from the White Fang if assassins are coming to attack them. Understood, sir, said the chorus of guardsmen in the car. Godspeed to you too. Schnee residence. In the Schnee residence, well, in the living room to be more exact. One Wei Schnee sat at a couch with a grand fireplace behind her. On that fireplace hung the creator of the SDC, or the Schnee Dust Company, Alabaster Schnee, Weiss' great X5 grandfather. In front of her, Naruto Namikaze sat on a couch opposite of her. He looked gentlemanly aside from the casual attire he wore. He sat straight with no visible slouch on him. He sat silently and admired the various paintings of other Schnees of the previous generations and other decorum ranging from mahogany floors to beautiful handcrafted vases from the Eastern Kingdom. Weiss Schnee was nervous, as did everyone who secretly spectated the conversation from a hidden camera somewhere in the room. The people spectating were the Schnee's housekeep, maids, and butlers, and like the previous Schnees, many of these housekeep have been working for the Schnees for generations. They knew to fear fauna, for they have experienced their wrath. While they knew the faunus before their lady is peaceful, they took precautions, as did many of the guards who let the faunus into the mansion. Now swallowing up her nervousness, Weiss Schnee spoke tenderly. I'm in need of your services, Mr. Namikaze. The faunus, who sat rigid and mute, slouched and gave a deep sigh. His ears and tails visibly deflated too to match the speed of his slouched torso. Please. No, Mr. Namikaze, stuff. I'm the same age as you after all. Call me Naruto. He gave a weak smile to the girl. Naruto wanted to look as presentable as he could be while being in casual clothing. When he arrived into the house, he tried to remember everything his mom pile-drived into his head about upper society manners, which were to sit straight, speak when spoken to, no obscenities or vulgarity in words, and act mature as possible. Sure, there could be some details missing, but who cares? At least this was working for the moment. All he needed to do was to clear up the upper society mannerisms, and he could talk normally. Weiss, taken aback by the nonchalant behavior of the faunus in front of her, crossed her left leg over the other and interlocked her fingers and placed the palms of her hands on her abdomen. Very well, Naruto. I'm in need of your services for a reason. Well, tell me your predicament. Naruto asked the white-haired heiress. This is the reason you called me, right? Yes. Weiss answered. A large cargo train holding hundreds of crates of dust are being transported to the Vale Central Station. It's entering from the Forever Fall Forest train route. And? Naruto asked, wanting more details, seeing as the heiress to a high-ranking company, if not the highest-ranking company in the world, would just tell him about her precious cargo. I fear the White Fang will strike that transport, and Mr. Kisaragi agrees with me and is on that transport. Naruto didn't visibly react to his friend being called by his first name. However, inside his mind, Naruto was snickering as the famed Ice King in the academy obviously thawed the heart of the Ice Princess in front of him. So you're telling me to save Jean if there is a problem? Yes. No. I want you to help him defend the cargo. That's all. The girl blushed furiously and tried to hide it with no success. The blonde faunus now stifled a laugh and tried to act as professional as possible. It worked for a while, but the imaginary dam broke, letting his laughter be unleashed. He laughed for a whole minute, and surprisingly not too obnoxiously. His reason for laughing was at the heiress' facial expressions as she denied wanting to help Jean. No need to hide it, Weiss. Heck, your dad already knows. Weiss choked on her words. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Here. Naruto handed a small flash drive. It contains your dad's interview the day after you got caught. You should watch it. One aspect of your future has possibly been answered. Weiss's mind sparked and caught the last sentence's meaning. Are you insinuating that I am in love with Jean Kisaragi? Yes. For your information, Our relationship is strictly professional. Ah yes, Phase 1 complete. Naruto smiled widely as he stood up from the comfy white couch. He took a sip of coffee placed on the coffee table minutes ago. When he found the taste satisfactory, he chugged the cup of coffee. All the while, Vaishni wondered what Phase 1 meant. What exactly is Phase 1? Well, milady, Phase 1 is a hymn. Denial is the first sign of love. What? I am in love with Jin Kisaragi? A recorder popped into Naruto's hand, which looped that particular phrase on and on and on. And as it looped on and on and on, Weiss visibly cowered into her couch and fearing for her life as the blonde before her had potential blackmail material on her. Oh, don't be like that. Just admit it, would you? If you won't, someone else will. And I'm sure there's one girl somewhere in the world who would like Gene for who he is. Plus, he's not bad-looking. Someone would really snatch him up if you don't stake your claim, girl. The girl, whose face showed no amusing facial expressions, would not speak for the rest of the day and would repeat the phrase, stake your claim, all over again in her head. Naruto bowed and said, if that is all, I must take my leave. Farewell, Miss Schnee. I expect to be the best man when I see you next time. He disappeared into a fireball and left the outspoken heiress, stunned and silenced for the rest of the day. Outside, Naruto phoned the Vale airport. He'd need clearance from them if he'd get to the train quickly. When he found the contact number, he pushed the call button and waited for half a minute. Hello? Air traffic control? Yes, I'd like to request to go for a low-altitude flight inside and out of Vale City airspace. He heard numerous voices of refusals from the employees. The blonde sighed. It's for a mission the SDC heiress hired me for, guys. She suspects there'll be a white fang attack at a train coming from the Forever Fall route to Vale Central. I'm to aid and protect the employees and the cargo in the train. So can I please go and enter Vale City airspace? It's a matter of life and death. Silence for a while, then. Yes, you may, Namikaze. Thanks, guys. I'll make sure I put in a good word for you guys at traffic control when I debrief to the Schnee heiress. At the train, with Adam and Blake, the two eliminated a whole platoon of AK-130 droids, humanoid androids, to meet a larger droid, the spider droid. It was a quadruped mech with an upright body and 4 cannons, 2 as arms, and 2 larger ones on its shoulders. It's dark gray with a very bright red highlights to go with its color scheme. It moved to attack the 2 fauna, but it turned around to blast a hole in the train car. Soon after, more AK-130 droids entered the car and faced the same way as the spider droid. Adam and Blake were confused. One moment they were fighting these droids, but now they seem like they are trying to protect the fauna. Adam was the first to voice out his thoughts. What's going on? I don't know, Adam, but all I know is that these droids aren't fighting us anymore and are focusing on something else entirely. As soon as the cat says that, she hears the oncoming footsteps of 3 individuals. Alerted, Blake takes a battle stance. Adam does too in precaution. Oh my. Quite the welcoming party, wouldn't you say? Jupiter, Pluto, said a female voice. Adam gripped his weapons tighter. He just heard the names of 2 of the 3 assassins of the White Fang. And by process of elimination, the last unidentified individual, the female, has to be Venus. Now this is a party. I ever rarely get to cut loose, exclaimed the tiger, who cracked his knuckles and equipped his weapons, a pair of clawed gauntlets. 'Tis only a warm-up for the actual challenge, answered the ferret, while also showing off his knives. Ready, boys? Asked Venus. The male assassins scoffed and took their respective battle stances. Time to eliminate some traitors. Venus took out her battle fan and swung it to her right and unleashed a massive wall of wind. The spider droid kneeled down and took the brunt of the impact, while the AK-130 droids showed their intelligence and hid behind the massive droid protecting them. The red-clad droid stood up with no sign of damage on it and returned fire. The 3 assassins dodged the oncoming projectiles while dealing with a large enemy force. Yet they showed no difficulty evading and destroying the robots. Not wanting to be left out, Adam went into the battle and chose to attack Pluto, the ferret faunus. Using Wilt and Blush in tandem, Adam shot and slashed at the furry assassin with his gun and red, gleaming katana. And the bull shows its horns. Care to entertain me, brethren? Pluto asked the calm and vicious Adam. The two fauna battled in a stalemate as blades clash into bright orange sparks from contact. Neither fauna could hit the other as each strike they made is either parried or blocked with great precision and timing. Adam sheathed his sword and backed away from his enemy just in time to not be wounded from a slash going to his face. Immediately, Adam shifted his weight forward and slid into it while pulling the trigger of his gun to launch his sword in blinding speeds. The ferret bent his back backwards, which allowed him to fully evade the blade meant for his torso. Resheathing again, Adam did the action once more and aimed his blade for the assailant's legs. Pluto lifted his legs in a false back flip manner to once again evade the oncoming blade. The two fighters dodged the other's weapon with such grace that it seemed scripted, and they knew what was the other's next move. I'm impressed. I've yet to experience the skill of the famed red jet stream before this mission, but I'm not disappointed seeing it firsthand now. Oh, don't worry, you'll see more. Adam sheathed his weapon and poured aura into it. When slashing, the range of Adam's attacking range became longer and larger. In a wide, red arc, Adam's attack struck his opponent and sent the ferret sprawling across the ground. Adam went for an upward slash, sending the ferret into the sky, where the spider droid took its chance and shot at the airborne White Fang assassin. When struck, the assassin was sent towards Adam, who poured more aura into his blade and morphing it to be as sharp as possible to cut through the protective layer of aura the ferret had on him. With a diagonal slash, Adam wounded his opponent. Turning around and resheathing his blade, he once again slid into his attack form and unleashed his katana from his gun sheath, making a visible red arc of aura that bisected the assassin. The assailant's body fell to the ground, but he was still breathing, albeit losing blood rapidly. He coughed. One mistake is all it takes to die at the hands of skilled swordsmen. You all of people should know that rule, Pluto. The dying assassin coughed again, and weakly replied back at Adam's statement by saying, yes, I should have known that better than anyone. I killed our traitorous master by taking advantage of his mistake after all. Rest in peace, brother. Adam said to the dying Faunus. Thank you, Bull. Maybe I can ask forgiveness from Master. No, W. His words became a whisper and his eyes looked glazed and unfocused. Signs that the Faunus is dead. The redhead seethed in anger. This is what his motivation was for defecting. He did not want to end another life. All those missions he took always ended with innocent casualties. Every time his mission was seen as a terrorist attack, his confidence that this new leadership would make fauna equal diminished. It didn't help that Blake was a faunus that advocated for peace, and every time he heard about nonviolent protests and no casualties from either side worked, Adam's belief in the new leaders lessened to an extent. Then the fateful day the blonde fox faunus spoke. His eyes were opened. What the new White Fang was doing, and they would possibly do had they won, would only lead to open rebellion from a combined force of faunus and humans. Now he wasn't the wisest when it comes to these things. But even Adam knew oppression would just rouse opposition and rebellion, and with rebellions or uprisings, innocent blood shall always be spilled. Hey, look out below, cried from above Adam. The bull dived to his right, fully evading a claw meant for his masked face. So you killed Pluto, huh? No matter, we'll kill you and grab the targets. Not a chance in hell, yelled another voice from behind Adam. Looking back, he saw the rushing form of Ragna dragging the tip of his weapon across the metal floor. When in range, Ragna swung down his sword in an overhead slash, which broke the tiger's guard. Turning to his left and sliding into the attack, Ragna swung the blade diagonally while in reverse grip to unleash a chakra construct that vaguely resembles a pair of scissors, or in this case, gigantic, blood-red scissors. Then came the frigid crescent of ice bearing towards the tiger. Upon contact, his body became encased in ice. Jean rushed in with a giant wolf face biting into the ice tiger. Smaller ice crystals jutted out from the large crystal encompassing the tiger. And with the withdrawal of Jin's hand, the ice exploded. When it seemed to be over for the tiger, a dark red maw bit into the torso of the tiger. It resembled a serpentine or draconic head that was far larger than any car. After the bite, What remained of the overconfident tiger was the right side of his body and his head. Ah, yelped Blake. Her body was launched to the back of the car by a powerful gale wall. She got up with some discomfort and difficulty while releasing small grunts of pain. Ragna and Adam go to her to see if she's okay. Venus looked with anger. 3 traitors in her sight. It'd be so easy to destroy them. So easy to mangle their bodies and toss them out the train where upon landing would break bones and scar their skin. Yet at the same time difficult, for she was outnumbered and her strongest attack would take time to be used. Luckily, she has an ace up her sleeve. Ragna looked at the peacock Faunus and yelled, "It's over, Venus. You're the only one left out your band of assassins. You can't possibly take on all of us and manage to get the cargo." The assassin laughed. "And this is why you and Adam are called simpletons, idiots, naive, etc. Are you calling us stupid?" "Yes, but that's beside the point. You don't actually think that we're the only ones to climb aboard this train, did you?" Jin's eyes widened and called the guards up front. He received no answer. Looking at Venus, Jin seethed in anger. "Oh, is the Schnee lapdog getting mad? Ha! Serves you right for betraying your own kind. You're no better than these 3 traitors. You White Fang have been the cause of many of my problems. You will die by my blade, White Fang." "Oh, I'm just shaking in my boots right now," mocked Venus. Touching what appears to be an earpiece in her right ear, she said, "Mission's gone sour, boys. Do the alternative." Seconds later, the train visibly surged forward in speed, and dust containers exploded in the distance. "What did you do?" Gene asked, his voice practically snarling at the peacock Faunus. "I blew up some of your cargo and busted your train. It's going to ram Vale City Central and barrel down downtown and cause major destruction to nearby buildings and civilians alike." "You bitch," Gene roared. "I'm going to destroy you." "Humph. Please. You won't be able to get the satisfaction of killing me." "What?" Venus removed her clothing, revealing a jacket with a multitude of bombs strapped to her body. "I won't let you get the satisfaction, and I sure as hell won't let you live." Pushing a button from a remote on the jacket of explosives, Venus exploded into a colossal fireball that released a barrage of shrapnel everywhere and destroyed half the train car. Most of the droid, including the spider droid, fell onto the tracks and were crushed under the forward momentum of the train car in front of them. Seeing the carnage from above, Naruto headed towards the plume of smoke. He inwardly groaned. So she was right and there was an attack. Train's not stopping. Great. Why do I have a feeling I won't get paid enough for this? He sighed and looked at the carnage at the last train car. "Hey, it's Gene, Ragna, and 2 other people I'll get to know later." Ejecting from the plane, Naruto sealed it up and threw down a marker kunai at the train car's edge. He appeared in a fireball, which shocked the 2 unknown individuals. "Naruto's, what are you doing here?" Gene queried. "Your princess requested me for a job. I accepted, and look what I get. Mission failed and possibly the loss of a few crates. No? What exactly is your mission?" "Prevent attack. Fail. Protect crates. Fail. Save her bodyguard. In progress." "Huh. I think you got a keeper there, Jan," Ragna commented. "Shut up, brother. So yeah, that's my mission. And can I go out on a limb and guess that the controls are busted?" None answered. The fox sighed. "All right, folks, we're getting out of here." "How?" asked Blake. "That fireball thing minutes ago. Yeah, that's how." Naruto answered. "Hold on to whatever you ate. You might be acting like birds after this." He threw down the same marker at a not too steep hill and teleported everyone in there. Turning to Gene, Naruto asked, "How many minutes till that thing explodes out Vale City Central?" "With that speed, more or less, you've got 7 minutes." "Good enough." Naruto made a clone and commanded it to take everyone to the station to evacuate the area. "Wait, you're not actually trying to see if there's anyone else on board with less than 7 minutes on the clock, right? Silly little cat. Time is nothing when you're right next to virtually the fastest man on the planet. Catch you later." He teleported back at the wrecked train car and made his way to the front. He hurried his inspection, yet being careful at the same time to spot any survivors in any of the train cars. Meanwhile at the station, Gene told the police what was about to happen to the station and with their help, the station was safely evacuated and the buildings surrounding the station were evacuated too within 5 minutes. Let's ignore the fact that threats were used to facilitate a fast evacuation, which were done by Ragna and Adam. Now at the train tracks several hundred meters away from the station, Jean prepped Yuki Anissa and himself for a challenge. He hasn't tried cutting a train with Winter's riposte before. Now he might as well try it. The clone beside him chucked the marker he had on him to the ground and poofed away into smoke. It was replaced by the original. Hey, found some survivors. They're in the forest. I took the deceased with me. The survivors are looking over the bodies. Sent the dust crates with them too. There were some dead White Fang members, but I feel like the rest retreated after the explosion. Anything else? 10 seconds. How about you? Remember that combination we did? Naruto stood still for a moment to remember what his friend meant, while in the background, the speeding train became visible. Naruto took out his bloody fangs, his 9 katanas for this combination. You mean the one we're about to do right now? Taking stance, Jean and Naruto hid behind a large glyph the blonde dog Faunus created. As soon as the train hit the glyph, the two blondes yelled, EPMTY Sky Form. Winter's Riposte / Summer Tempest. The blondes cut through the metal. Jean made a clear bisected line across the train and its cars, leaving ice on them, whilst the other randomly slashed everywhere with all 9 of his katanas, shredding and burning metal all the while. It resulted in various chunks of the train and the train cars to fly forward towards the station because of the train's momentum. Adam slashed what he could while Blake destroyed larger chunks with crescent aura projectiles from her Gamble Shroud, her 2-part bladed weapon of choice. Whatever passed through the two, Ragna used his dead spike on. And anything else, hit the shield protecting the station and anything else in the vicinity. With superior offense and defense, the train did not hurt anyone in the city. And the dust crates, well, most of it was safely delivered to the warehouse. Schnee residence. Once again back at the mansion, Naruto talked with the heiress about his payment. What he did was a job after all. He needed payment. The saving people part was free of charge though. Thank you for your services. I am in your debt, Naruto. Please, no need for that. I'm happy to help a friend in need. He smiled at the heiress, who placed a large suitcase on the coffee table. For your services, we are giving you 10 crates full of dust from the cargo sent here, and 50,000 lien for your services. The fox's mouth became agape. 50,000 lien. Considerably the largest monetary reward for any of his jobs. Plus 10 crates of dust. He needed some dust for ammunition for some of his weapons, so that's a good thing. Bowing, Naruto expressed his gratitude by saying, Thanks, Miss Schnee. I don't know what to say. It was the heiress's turn to smirk. And who was it that said there's no need for formalities? The fox in front of her chuckled weakly, but bowed repeatedly for the generous reward he was given. Days later, okay. Makoto, stop it. You don't need to worry about me, okay? I'm fine. He said to a panicked Makoto. No, you do not need to do that. Next thing we need is a crater the size of a meteor destined to destroy Remnant. He groaned at Makoto's motherly concerns. Please, Mako-chan, stop. You have other things to worry about, right? I have mine, and it's regarding 3 freeloaders. Hey, I resent that. We are not freeloaders. Ragna yelled from across the room. Oh, what was that, Mako-chan? Oh, that was Ragna, one of the freeloaders in my armory. Again, I'm not a freeloader. Well, frickin' do something other than just sitting there and watching movies. Naruto yelled to the freeloading Reaper. Why? Ever since I've been with the White Fang, I haven't been able to watch movies. And it's Pacific Rim, the movie that fuels a guy's inner 5-year-old. And I can totally see you ripped off Striker. Ragna yelled whilst his hand pointed to the large, humanoid mech hundreds of meters tall. Where the hell did you even get the supplies to make it anyway? Ragna, I don't have time to answer your questions. I've a motherly Makoto on the phone. Do you know how bad that is? Let me guess. Real bad? You have no freaking idea. I am Makoto. I'm totally fine. I went to the doctors, and they said there's no shrapnel on me and there's nothing else wrong with me. I'm sure. Now calm down and focus on your studies, okay? Bye. He immediately stopped the call and turned off his phone. Adam went to the kitchen, where Naruto was at the moment to grab a soda. Upon opening the refrigerator, he said, "Oh man, whipped? Hey, I'm not whipped. No, I'm talking about the whipped cream. Just put it in there?" "Oh, yeah, I did. Mind if I take this and put it on the ice cream? You guys are so paying me back for every single lien for the food you ate." Grabbing what he needed, Adam closed that door and asked, "How much do we owe you?" 1428 lien. For now. K. When returning to the living room, Adam plopped down on the couch. "He's totally whipped." "Yup." Ragnar sneered. "I dunno." His girlfriend seemed sincerely worried. Blake replied. The three watched the movie in silence, letting their minds ignore the plotline to enjoy the visuals and the fights in the movie. After it was done, Ragnar stared at the gigantic mech, wondering if it actually works. "You're not the only one wondering how he got the materials to make that. No, scratch that, all of this," Adam said, opening his arms wide to figuratively encompass the whole armory. "Grim armor," Blake answered while appearing from nowhere. "They're made from grim armor and salvaged metals." "Really?" Ragnar asked the cat faunus. "Doesn't seem like salvaged parts. They're melted and reformed. You know you need to learn to make longer sentences. You tend to shoot down any potential for conversation." Ragnar commented to the girl. "So, where do we go from here?" Adam asked his friends. "We're fauna, traitors to the White Fang, and we've nowhere to go." The other two leaned on a wall to think of options. Adam pointed out their situation, and with the way he said it, it seemed they had little to no alternatives. "How about Beacon?" The three ex-White Fang members turned around to glance at their landlord. His smile never wavered as he said that. "Go away from a life of crime to protect the innocent, huh?" Ragnar said. "Yup. What do you guys think?" "We'll go where you go, Ragnar." "So? Your answer?" "We'll go to Beacon." And done. The last path is finished, and we can go to Beacon. How'd you like this chapter? Review, follow, favorite, whatever. I've nothing more to say other than vote in the poll. So, Azure signing off. I hoped you enjoyed this chapter. Beacon and foreboding. Hey guys, time for Beacon. Nothing more to say than that. Disclaimer. First chapter. Chapter 7. A beacon of hope and unnecessary foreboding. "Oh, I can't believe my baby sister's going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever." Yang, the beautiful blonde and elder sister to Ruby Rose, exclaimed while choking the life out of said little sister. Ruby Rose, the girl who alludes to the Little Red Riding Hood, tries to pry her sister away from her. Yang grew up quite a bit. Compared to 5 years ago, one would never think of her as a cute little girl much like her little sister. No, she's a bombshell of a beauty that wears a tan vest with gold piping over a yellow, low-cut crop top with a black crest that resembles a burning heart. The vest has puffy cap sleeves with black cuffs. On the sides of the cuffs, there are 2 small, golden buttons. She wears a brown belt with a buckle, a pouch, and a small banner-like object. The same burning heart crest appears on this banner, except golden in color. She wears black shorts under her belt, which resembles a pleated skirt in the back. Over the short shorts, but under the belt, is a white, asymmetrical back skirt. Aside from an orange infinity scarf around her neck, she has no discernible jewelry. She wears a pair of brown, knee-high platform boots that appear to be made of leather, with orange socks of different lengths. Her left leg also has a gray, bandana-like object wrapped around the top of her boot. She wears fingerless black gloves underneath her weapons, which resemble 2 yellow mechanized gauntlets with a black design. Her weapons, Ember Celica, are more or less shotgun gauntlets capable of firing in close and long range. Ruby, differing from her 10-year-old looks, looked more womanly as her 15 years of age allows. Attire-wise, she wears a black, collared, long-sleeved shirt held in a black corset tied by red strings. She wears a black combat skirt with red ruffles underneath as well as black stockings and boots. On her back, a red hooded cloak was pinned by silver crosses on her shoulders. Her weapon, Crescent Rose, is a high-impact caliber sniper rifle scythe. On her waist, a silver rose belt buckle holds several silver bullets on her left and a pouch on her right. "Please, staff," Ruby croaked out from her sister's vice grip hug. Yang, letting go of the girl with black hair and auburn highlights, could not contain her glee for her sister would be joining her to Beacon, which meant she was bumped up for being exceptional. For whatever that exceptional event or characteristic was, all Yang knew was that her little sister skipped 2 years. But I'm so proud of you. Naruto, you saw it, right? Tell me what happened? Yang turned behind her to talk to the fox Faunus who currently was playing. Got any fives? Damn it. And playing 3-7-BS. Grab that pile. And playing checkmate. And playing royal flush? How come you have the best luck in this? Hey Naruto, I'm talking to you. Yang yelled over to the blonde fox, who used his multiple tails to play these games with his friends. Ragna played Go Fish. Adam, Carmine, Blake, and another friend of Naruto, Grey Lupo, played BS. Naruto played with Victor Viento, Naruto's second-best sparring partner and third male friend upon arriving in Remnant, in chess. And the last game, poker, was played with two more friends from Signal, Victor's twin sister, Roxanne Viento, and a shy-looking individual named Nyx Obsidian. Grey Lupo, a wolf faunus, crippled, but able to move due to a prototype spine, exoskeleton on his back that revitalizes nerves in the spine to allow him to move. He is a playful faunus, almost like Naruto. His hair is spiky and black, with the light giving it a white reflective sheen. He wears his prototype spine over his sleeveless, gray jacket, which contained flexible armor plates on his back. He has a pouch latched on the back of his pants, where he keeps his ammunition for his bladed pistols, Whirlwind. Its holsters are also tied to the rings on the baggy pants waist. His shoes are his other weapons. They are motorized rollerblades with emphasis on the blades part. Savage Fangs. The names of the rollerblades had 2 wheels on each rollerblade. The motorized part is the wheel on the heel. In conjunction to this, he is forced by his unprejudiced doctor to wear some protection in the form of basic elbow and knee pads. Never mind the helmet, ski goggles look better on him. Victor Viento is a high-class and regal-looking individual. His hair was slicked back and sent to the side, and the back of his head sported an unbraided rat tail. He wore a collared, white polo shirt with a dark, forest green suit jacket with golden trims at the edges. He wore an eye-popping red tie much like Noel's tie. For pants, he wore a pair of gleaming, white slacks, which held a chain on the belt loops on the left side of his pants. On the chain was a silver cross. As for shoes, Victor wears a pair of steel-toed shoes. His weapons are his cane/sword, Byzantium, and his shotgun gauntlets. However, unlike Yang's, these had 4 chambers to shoot 4 rounds. Its ammo was fed through a hatch on the bottom and inserted in the form of belts, which chained the shotgun shells together. These were Vanguard. Victor's sister, Roxanne, is the complete polar opposite of him. While Victor showed class, Roxanne showed sex appeal. Her hair is swept down and silky smooth, and also had an unbraided rat tail at the back of her head. Her outfit consisted of a royal purple halter top hybrid with a crop top, which acted like a corset at the back, where strings tied together held the top in place. It also bared her midriff and showed her toned stomach and lower back. On her back, a tattoo of a snake was there, slithering its way down her back. Its body was made of commas inversing the other, forming its body. An ammo belt wrapped itself around her waist, and 2 shin guards strapped themselves on the belt loops of her bootcut pants, which showed the crack of her butt. The rest of the pant legs are covered in the same royal purple color of her greaves. The back of it is colored in an auburn shade, and the shoes are regular sneakers. The shin guards also act as holsters for her bayonet assault rifles, though the bayonet is on top of the stock and folds outwards. It joins in conjunction with an energy pistol, resembling a plasma cutter from a video game. The assault rifles, Venom, join at the bottom of the energy pistol, Toxin. The bayonet acts as an arm blade, and with the guns, it adds mid to long range in its versatility. As for Nyx, he's not much of a talker and is quite peculiar with his fashion sense. He's not much a talker because he's mute. He dresses peculiar because he wants to. He's rather polite despite initial impressions. His hair covers his eyes and is shaped in a bowl-cut look, but without the bowl part. It's smoothed out and sculpts his head. His outfit is a black, sleeveless collared and zipped shirt. His bubblegum pink jacket is wrapped around his waist and is tied by its sleeves. His pants, which also shares the same pink color as baggy and heavy-duty to handle wear and tear. As for shoes, he wears black boots. His outfit, despite the interesting color scheme, shows the bronze skin of a muscled teen blacksmith. He, however, not like Naruto, gives his weapons away for those unfortunate to not be able to craft their weapons, or for those who lack the proper skills to forge their weapons. Now it may seem like he has no weapon, but he does have a Ziphos, a leaf-shaped blade, which can collapse into it and extend to be a claymore. He doesn't have a name for it. Yeah, 1 second. I'm in the middle of everything at the moment. Which was true, considering he has to play these different games with his tails. You can do that later. Yang yelled to her instructor. Tell me what happened a couple of days back that got my little sister to skip 2 years. The Sun Dragon demanded the fox to tell her, and inadvertently yelled that her sister skipped 2 years. Yang. But Ruby, I can only imagine how incredible it was. Everyone at Beacon will think you're the bee's knees. But I don't want to be the bee's knees. Ruby yelled back. I just want to a girl with normal knees. Yang, stop that. You're embarrassing her. Refrain from talking too loudly, Yang. You're not the only one on this ship, said Victor. Look at her. She is red as her cloak and my jacket. Ragna yelled over, unknowingly letting himself bleed his cards. Okay, fine. But you still have to tell me what happened. Word for word. Sure, yeah. Okay, hurry up. Can't talk playing Soul Roll Up right now? Oh, right, I forgot to mention he was eating ramen throughout this whole thing too, and it makes that cup number 17. I'll tell ya, slurp later. Oh, Ragna, got any tins? Goddamn it, Naruto. Meanwhile, in the background, news about Roman Torchwick, an orange-haired criminal with hair covering the right side of his face, evading authorities, became announced. Seconds later, a Faunus protest news story was cut off by a blonde, bespectacled lady, a huntress by the name of Glinda Goodwitch. The woman wore a white, collared, and long-sleeved shirt, which puffed at the wrists and showed her collarbones and a respectable cleavage. For pants, she wears a black business skirt, which runs up and beneath her bust, where buttons connect it together and keep it together. She wears a lighter black stockings and black boots with brown heels. On her back, a black, tattered cape hung from her shoulders. Inside, the cape was purple, and the tattered design resembled arrows of some sort. Hello, and welcome to Beacon, she said. Who's that? Yang asked. My name is Glinda Goodwitch. Oh, you are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world. Her hologram disappeared. Nothing noteworthy in the airship happened after that other than the view of Vale, the prevention of Yang's boots from being sullied by vomit from a blonde knight, and Naruto winning most of the games except BS and a tie at chess, with 3-3 being the win count between Naruto and Victor. Upon arriving, the students poured out of the airship, which was one among numerous airships flying in to deliver what might be inferred as other new students or upperclassmen. One of the students, the blonde knight, ran out the hangar door, looking for a garbage can to release his breakfast into. The poor teen vomited his guts out in what seems to be a very bad case of motion sickness. The teen wore a black hoodie with red inside the hood. Over it, a white breastplate and shoulder armor gave some protection for him. He had red elbow gloves covered by a pair of brown gloves. He wore a belt and ripped jeans and sneakers. On his left, a sheathed sword was strapped. You all right, buddy? Ragna, surprisingly, asked the boy. The blonde knight wiped his mouth of any trace of regurgitated food and turned to the red-clad reaper. Yeah, thanks for asking. Bad case of motion sickness? Naruto asked, pooping from behind the dog. Yup. I don't mind it. Here, some mint for your troubles. Better yet, take the whole pack. I don't usually finish those things anyway. Reluctantly, the knight took the mints and nodded his head in thanks. Hey, Naruto, Ragna, we'll go on ahead, said Gray before skating his way to the front doors of Beacon. Victor, Roxanne, and Nyx followed, saying their respective and temporary farewells to the fauna. Adam, Blake, and Carmine were long gone, since they were among the first to exit the airship. "So, what's your name?" asked Ragna. "I'm John Ark." The now identified John answered with his chest forward and back straight. Short, sweet, rolls off the tongue. Ladies love it. The sentence made the fauna stifle a laugh, but failed to hold a snicker in, causing John to frown a bit. "What?" "Nothing. Nice brave face you out on, though," Naruto said. John deflated. Even guys think his act is ridiculous. He was starting to doubt confidence is what a girl really looks for. "Do they, though?" Ragna asked the knight. "I mean, you sure sound like you've practiced that line quite a bit." "Even more," John deflated and sighed. And the general reaction is, "Do they?" The more I say that, the more I hear that particular phrase. Just be yourself. Get a girl to be comfortable around you and get to know you. And when you seem ready to ask, then go and ask her out. That's what I think," Naruto said in an attempt to cheer up the teen kite. "To be clear, I heard from Jean that you got asked out and not you asking her out." Not helping Ragna. "So your name's Ragna, and you are?" "Naruto. My name's Naruto Namikaze." "Huh? No way. You're that guy from the news several years back?" "Yup. Nice to dash. Oh man, I can't believe it. I get to dash. Stop. Huh? Stop fanboying. My ears can't handle fanboying or fangirling." "Same can be said for Ragna here," said a pained Naruto, who tried covering his sensitive ears. Ragna did the same action his friend did. Meanwhile, several meters from the group of boys, Ruby is alone since Yang left her to go ahead. As the elder sister basically ran away from her little sister, Ruby is left spinning in place, making the cute Reaper dizzy and disoriented. After she stopped spinning, she falls backwards into a hotel trolley holding various white suitcases bearing the Schnee emblem. "What are you doing?" a female voice demanded rather than asked politely. Then again, ruining someone's things tends to throw manners out the window. Sorry. Sorry?" Ruby got a closer look at the stranger, a stranger that felt so familiar but could not put a finger on. The girl had silver, white hair in an asymmetrical ponytail with a tiny black tiara on it. She was of fair complexion and wore a blinding sky blue and white bolero almost as if resembling snow. Inside the bolero, deep red vastly contrasted with her jacket and white tube top and black, apple-shaped necklace, white combat skirt, white cloth, which acted as a belt, and white, heeled boots. On her left, an intricate fencing sword hung there. "Do you have any idea the damage you could have caused?" She berated the Reaper harshly. Startled by the scolding, Ruby was left speechless as she handed the girl a suitcase. "Gimme that." The girl yanked the suitcase away from the girl. "This is dust mined and purified from the Schnee quarry." Still speechless to the ordeal, Ruby desperately finds words to say, yet nothing goes out. The girl called out on Ruby's inability to speak, saying, "What are you, brain dead?" A hand touches her left shoulder. She turns around to see it's Jean, her bodyguard. "Weiss, that's enough. You're scaring the girl. And you should pay attention to your vials. They're leaking. You could have made a dust explosion, and not the regular kind either." "Yo, Jean," Naruto yelled to the newly arrived bodyguard. "Hello, Naruto. I see you've done what you said." "Of course. Now all I have to see is Makoto and Noel, and the whole gang will be together." "Hey, Jean." "Hello, brother. Who's the knight behind you?" "Oh, this guy. This is John Ark," Ragna said to the Schnee and Kisaragi. Looking at the mad face of Weiss, he said, "I see you've met Ruby, Miss Schnee. She's a kind girl. Don't yell at her. She's 15. So proper introductions, Ruby, the girl over there is Weiss Schnee, and the guy beside her is Jean, my brother." "Weiss, Jean, this is Ruby." "John, what I said before." "And nice to meet you?" Ruby stammered in fear. Now a small explanation on how Ragna knows Ruby. He met her through Naruto. So did Adam and Blake, and she and Young know Blake's faunus heritage courtesy of connections with the blonde fox. 15? John and Weiss yelled together in disbelief. How? How is this girl in Beacon?" Weiss asked. "She skipped, duh?" Naruto said, folding his arm in the process. "Seriously, Weiss? Don't berate her. She lost some friends in exchange to go to Beacon. Besides, she has the skills to back it up anyways, and the headmaster saw it firsthand. Firsthand? How? I'll tell you all about it later. How about we go to the auditorium, eh? The blonde's suggestion was accepted, and they headed to the front doors of Beacon, the castle-like academy of monster slaying. It took a while, but upon finally reaching their destination, the group noticed a large number of students already inside. It was a sea of people and faunus alike as they find friends, acquaintances, and etc. inside the giant room. Hey Ruby, over here. I saved you a spot. Yang, with her hair as bright as the sun, waved her hand, signaling her little sister where she is at the moment. All right, Yang. Be there in a moment. Ruby yelled back. Naruto, Ragna, John, Jean, Weiss, I'll see you later. The girl left the group and headed to her sister. Weiss wanted to stop her for a bit, and Jean noticed that small action. Jean suspected Weiss wanted to apologize, and how right he would be. Oh man. John seemed sad about Ruby leaving the group too, but for a completely different reason. Where else am I going to find a nice, quirky girl to talk to? What's wrong with him? Jean asked Naruto and his brother. He wants a girlfriend, Ragna stated without hesitation. Really? I guess it's more of friendship rather than anything, but that also might factor in later on. Naruto said analytically. How about you? Did you go to the next step of your relationship? Naruto asked Jean, who visibly recoiled at the question. Well, I guess that's a no, then. With the two sisters, Yang asked Ruby how her day has been going so far. It's going fine, I guess. I almost exploded, but a guy warned his friend about the possible dust explosion that could have happened. Apparently, I met the bodyguard of Weiss Schnee and the heiress herself. Wow, that's great, sis. But I think she hates me. I did possibly ruin some of her dust vials. Hey, sounds like you got off on the wrong foot. If you see her again, apologize and try to friends. Okay. I still feel really bad though, and in my defense, I just wanted her to stop yelling. Just then, the high-pitched screech of a microphone quickly blared into everyone's ears. Up front, two people were on stage, a man behind the microphone and Glinda on his left. The individual is a middle-aged man with tousled gray hair and thin brown eyes. He wears shaded glass spectacles and a dark green scarf with a small purple cross-shaped emblem on it. He wears an unzipped black suit over a black, buttoned vest with a green undershirt underneath. He also wears black trouser shoes and long, dark green pants. Interestingly, he has black eyebrows, suggesting that he may have had black hair when he was younger. He is often seen with a mug bearing the Beacon Academy emblem on it. This man is Ashbin. Ahem, called out Ashbin, headmaster of Beacon. I'll keep this brief. You have traveled here today in search of knowledge to hone your craft and acquire new skills, and when you have finished, you plan to dedicate your life to the protection of the people. The students dutifully listened to the man's words. But I look amongst you, and all I see is wasted energy, in need of purpose direction. You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take the first step. After his little speech, he leaves the stage by heading to his right. Glinda took his place. You will gather in the ballroom tonight. Glinda announced to the students. Tomorrow your initiation begins. Be ready. You are dismissed. She promptly left the stage after her announcement too. The students were somewhat speechless at the headmaster's indifference, while Yang commented about it to her sister. He seemed kind of off, almost as if he wasn't there. Ruby finished. His voice was almost lifeless when he spoke. Skipping to nighttime, at the ballroom, Naruto, Ragna, Jean, Adam, Carmine, and John were currently changing into their sleepwear attire. Naruto simply wore an orange jersey and black shorts. Ragna wore a red hoodie over his shirt in an attempt to hide his mechanical arm, and black shorts as well. Jean had blue, snowflake-themed pajamas. Adam still wore his visor and had black pajamas. Carmine still had his visor on and wore desert camo pajamas, and John, a blue, fluffy onesie. Ah, John? Naruto called the teen knight. Yeah, you seriously wearing that? Adam questioned John's sanity. Yes, I've nothing else to wear, plus they're comfy. I have to admit, you have guts, John. Not many guys would wear that openly with a bunch of girls in the room. Ragna said while slightly clapping for the teen. Here, Naruto said, handing over a yellow jersey and a pair of navy blue shorts. I don't want you to be a laughingstock, so at least wear this. Thanks. I mean it, thanks a lot, Naruto. No prob. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Makoto searched high and low for his boyfriend in an attempt to tackle him for not being able to see him for a year now. Nora was helping too, while flipping people's sleeping bags to find him. Yes, Nora knew what she was doing, but it was fun to her. Ren went to the men's bathroom to change. When he went in there, he noticed the girl's target. Hello, Naruto. Ren announced himself to him and his troop of fauna and Chui humans. Turning around, Naruto waved at the stoic teen. Hey, Ren, how's life? About to be interesting once Makoto finds you, Ren said. And why's that? Queried the fox. You'll be tackled. To the ground. Keep going, where she'll proceed to crush your ribs in an attempt to never let you go. Yesh, Naruto, that is a bad way to go, Adam said to the fox. Well, I for one don't think that's a bad way. If you've seen Makoto, you'll know why, Ragna said with a hint of glee in his voice. Oh ho, now I'm interested. Tell me about this girl. I'm interested too, Carmine told the guys as he leaned over to hear what Ragna had to say about Naruto's girlfriend. Well, she's Ragna immediately stopped after feeling the immense killer intent coming from Naruto. I would suggest you stop, Ragna, lest you die a slow, sufferable death. The white-haired Reaper gulped as he feared for the threat to be done should he finish his words. So, Ragna, Adam, Jean, John, Carmine, this is Ren, a friend of mine from the Eastern Kingdom. Run, these are my friends. Naruto's mood swung so fast. The boys thought Naruto was a girl and secretly pregnant. The stoic boy bowed. Nice to meet you all. The boys chatted up a storm in the bathroom, while the girls situated themselves, and Makoto stilled search for her boyfriend. Noelle noticed the frantic squirrel and confronted her, thus starting a conversation between the two, and soon, Velvet joined the fray. All the while, Young, Ruby, and Blake were talking to each other about their days so far. This is like a huge slumber party, Young exclaimed as she landed on her sleeping bag. I don't think Dad would approve off all the boys though. I know I do. Young spied with her little eyes various targets that she could ogle at, and many were satisfactory to the blonde girl, but not as much as Naruto. The fox, who recently exited the bathroom, was now tackled and placed in a death-like vice-grip hug. It didn't help that Noelle jumped in and gave her fair share of hugs. Nora did too, and it only served to take whatever oxygen Naruto had left in him. So who's his girlfriend? Adam asked Ragna. The ex-White Fang Lieutenant General pointed at Makoto in all her crop tank top glory. I see why you were talking about that. So that's his girlfriend? John said in awe while blushing madly at their intimacy. Yang, slightly furious at the sight of a swarmed Naruto, walked to the fallen blonde's side and easily pried the girls off Naruto. The girls, well, Makoto and Noelle protested and glared at the girl who pried them off her boyfriend and big brother figure respectively. What do you think you're doing? Yang asked, demanded. What do you think you're doing? Makoto snapped back. Oh, real original, but I'm here trying to help a friend from not dying. And I'm trying to spend quality time with my boyfriend. With those words, Yang felt hollow, empty. Okay, girls, let's stop this from escalating, Naruto said after recovering from air loss. He proceeded to calm the two down and introduce the four girls to each other. Weiss used that time to walk to Ruby to apologize to the girl for her rude introduction. She said it wasn't fair of her to fly off the handle when it was an accident. Ruby accepted the apology and properly introduced themselves to each other and introduced Blake to Weiss and vice versa. Minutes later, Naruto rounded up his friends, introduced them as a whole, and started to tell the story of how Ruby skipped 2 years and entered Beacon as the youngest Huntress ever recorded in history. Pyrrha was there too, subtly listening the blonde fauna speak about the event. So, days before we were going to Beacon, I was doing a job for a dust shop merchant. He was an old man named Mr. Miyagi. He asked me if I could watch over the shop for the day because he had a birthday party to attend. I accepted, but that's where we just start. Ruby joined in on the narration, saying, "It was night, and at closing time, Naruto was done for the night, and he closed up the shop and lowered the metal doors of the dust shop. But then that Roman Torchwick guy comes in with a band of goons, saying he was disappointed that the shop was closed for the night. He wanted me to open the shop's doors for him, since the door was right there to open. I told him, 'There is some other dust shop out there, why don't you go look for it?' Obviously, he didn't like that answer and sent his goons to attack me and Ruby. Then we decided to kick their butts in the form of excellent teamwork and fluid and advanced attacks. They were goons, so it was a pretty easy fight, if you could call it that. The biggest challenge was Roman. Naruto charged at him going, 'Ha, take that, Wudich.' The girl did kung fu noises to emphasize her point, and Minnie slightly smiled at her childishness. But Roman would parry Naruto's punches, dodge them, and even counter them. Roman could somehow block my attacks like they were choreographed. Ruby was finding openings, trying to find a possible non-lethal shot, but even with double teaming, we couldn't hit him. 'Why didn't you use your clones?' Jean asked his friend. 'You can clone yourself? Show me,' Nora said excitedly. Nora, sorry, I did use clones, but it's just as I said. What I usually perceived as unpredictable to the normal eye, he could easily counter in time, with little to no time. It's like I was too slow for him. Really? The self-proclaimed fastest man in the world is too slow for a criminal? Blake teased the Fox narrator, who groaned in displeasure. Anyway, he seemed like he was toying with us, and when he got bored, he shot a dust bullet at us, which we dodged by the way, and immediately climbed a ladder on the side of building to the right of us. Yeah, we went after him and it turns out he had a bullhead waiting for him. He got on it and shot another dust bullet at us when Miss Goodwitch came to the rescue. Really? Asked a skeptical Weiss. Really? We were trying our best to knock down the bullhead, to keep them from escaping. Then Roman went to the pilot seat and switched with a mysterious woman who used fire projectiles as a main weapon. We failed. That's where Ruby's story ends. That's a lame ending, Ragna commented, yawning at the weak conclusion. But my story doesn't end. Immediately, the Reaper popped an eye open, showing interest. You teleported to the bullhead, didn't you? Jean predicted. Yup, I did and fought those two. It was quite tricky with the small space, but I somehow managed to land a few hits on that woman and grab Roman and slam his face into the hull of the bullhead. Then I missed with one of my best attacks and inadvertently blew up the bullhead. You blew up a bullhead? Gray asked, yelled, disbelievingly. Hey, at least it landed in the water. The sea wasn't that far. But wouldn't you have marked them already? Makoto questioned. Naruto only needed to make contact with his hands to mark them and to teleport to their location. Yeah, the marker thing has a limited range of 100 meters. Anything more, then I lose them. So in the end you still failed, but how does Ruby skip 2 years by doing this? Glinda Goodwitch interrogated Ruby, and Ashbin soon came in and asked her what she wanted to be. Ruby told Ashbin what she wanted to be, and with the skill she displayed during the fights, she was promoted and skipped the last 2 years of Beacon. And what about you? Interrogated. That is quite the tale, Ruby. Victor told the tiny Reaper. The girl was embarrassed. The focus was solely on her and Naruto, but mostly Ruby since she's a prodigy. 30 minutes later, Naruto was planning to go to the bathroom. Pira was over there, and was about to enter to the female one when Naruto came into view. Hello, Nikos. Namikaze. Here to berate me again? No. I feel like it's time to apologize to you. What I did was stupid and unreasonable. It was unreasonable. You decked me pretty hard during that spar. I was dizzy, disoriented. I tripped because of that condition. Yes, I realize that and I'm really sorry. Well, the female mind is quite the fickle thing. I don't blame you. It's in the past. Friends? Pira asked in hopes of salvaging whatever was between them. Friends. They shook hands and went to their assigned gender bathrooms. Soon, everyone slept, except Naruto, who was woken up by the headmaster. Why? The blonde was needed for a job. Konoha, Lord Hokage. Get away. Leave these NOL scum to Uok. Lord Fourth. You must leave. Hokage-sama. Stay away. You must survive. Hokage-sama. Lord Hokage, leave us. The words of his shinobi, dying a martyr's death, wounded Minato's heart. NOL forces are invading his home, and his citizens are fleeing while his shinobi die for them and him as well. His shinobi were adamant about him not fighting. They blockaded him, stunned him, and even tried to trick him into running away. Yet the Hokage would not retreat when his men are fighting so hard when he should be too. No. Hokage-sama, stop this nonsense. You are the pillar of Konoha shinobi. If you die, morale will die with you. Then you are no Konoha shinobi? Minato yelled at the ninja who dared to use morale as an excuse. Your will of fire has been extinguished. You may leave the battlefield. Lord Hokage, leave the battlefield. I will have no shinobi with weak wills to fight. All who feel like we shall lose today may leave the battlefield. I will not hate any of you. You have all the right to fear the enemy in front of us. They outnumber us 10-1, but we are more skilled than them. We can win. However, if you choose to leave, then you may leave. Keep in mind what happened here and remember the fire you lost as you retreated and did not support your Hokage and protect your village. The shinobi were left speechless. Those who felt ready to run away stood their ground. They would defend their home to the last beastkin standing. We will fight with you, Hokage-sama. You choose to stay? Then I was wrong. The will of fire burns brightly in you all. For Konoha, Yai rang the chorus of shinobi prepared to die. Beacon. The next day, at a cliff top, several students were gathered at individual, metal platforms. Many of Naruto's friends were there, but Naruto himself. Many were confused. They, Naruto's friends, had heard they're taking separate groups to take this initiation. Some suspected Naruto was assigned at a later date, while others thought he's late. For years you have trained to become warriors, and today your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. Doesn't look much of a forest with those craters down there, Roxanne said to the headmaster. Indeed, there are craters of various sizes in the forest. Some were large, others small, and few carved themselves on hills and mountains. Ah yes. Thank you for mentioning that, Miss Viento. The craters you see before you are due to some help I acquired last night. If you would notice, there are an odd number of you. You are to be given a partner, yet one shall have none. The one without a partner will automatically be partnered with the slumbering individual. That being said, you will be given partners today, and will be with you for the rest of the 4 years you have in Beacon. You will be partnered with the one you meet eye contact with once you land. What? Ruby shrieked in fear. She was hoping she'd get to decide who to partner up with, but this was the worst thing possible. Question, Headmaster. Go ahead, Mr. Kisaragi. Who is this mystery partner? The one who periodically whores himself on ramen. Smiling, Jean said, Thank you. Another question, sir. Yes, Miss Nanaya. What are these platforms? Launch pads. You are to create your own landing strategy after that. Emerald Forest is home to Mini Grim, and Beacon Academy is stationed to protect Vale as a vanguard force. You, children, are basically reenacting or practicing a Grim invasion. Your mission for this initiation is to collect an artifact at the other side of this forest. You are to guard it and bring it back with you, and you will be graded on it. There are many Grims of shapes and sizes. Do not hesitate to destroy any that comes in your path, or you will die. We will monitor you, but no instructor shall interfere. Glinda, if you would, please. The woman presses a button on her pad, and a student was launched into the air. Several students, including Nora, Rian, Pyrrha, Carmine, Gray, Victor, Roxanne, and Nyx were launched. Yang, Ruby, Weiss, Adam, Blake, and John were also launched. Only Noelle, Makoto, Ragna, and Jean were the ones to stay on the cliff and stepped away from the platforms. And why did you not stay on the platforms? You told us that we need to create our own landing strategies, not necessarily be launched. Ashbin smiled. The Kisaragi knew to read between the lines, a good skill when it comes to talking or listening to his drabbles. So you plan on launching yourselves? Is that it? Yes. Good luck. Tell Naruto to wake up soon. He'll miss out on all the fun. Ragna told the headmaster. Jean created his ice board, or ice car, and made it large enough for the 4 friends to hold on to, and went into the forest. An interesting group, wouldn't you say, Glinda? Yes. Quite an interesting year we'll be having. It won't be only this year, Glinda. Huh. With what I saw last night, the next 4 years will be definitely more interesting. And Beacon is introduced. I hope you like it. The poll is closed and it's tied with Final Fantasy and Monster Hunter. I can deal with this. And with a larger cast, I can do both monsters easily for the next chapter. So review, follow, favorite, whatever. I finally go to canon, or as close to canon with what I've done. And sorry for the extra OCs. I made and drew them all up one night weeks ago. Tell me your gripes, complaints, or concerns, and I will try to alleviate some problems in the next chapter. Alright, Azure signing off.